Yeah.
Okay, the Regents will now convene the Executive and Governance Committee. We have 2 items for this committee, so I'd like to go ahead and start with the Presidential Search Advisory Committee update with Regent Ramos.
I'm going to give an abbreviated update, and I would ask my co-regents to help me if I miss something. But we had an emerging candidate show up in December. And what I'd like to share with everyone here is that we followed the same process that we did with previous candidates that came through. The full PSAC committee reviewed materials and conducted an interview. And at the conclusion of that interview, the preponderance of the committee agreed to forward the candidate to the Regents for a finalist interview. And so that is the most significant change from my last report. We met with the Regents, the PSAC met with the Regents to also consistently provide a forum where our committee members could provide feedback, give us insights, observations, and share their perspectives. And we completed that as well as our additional due diligence. So we had that emerging candidate move forward. At the same time, we had a candidate formally withdraw. So there's been a little bit of dynamics in who's on our finalist list, but that is the PSAC update. Do you want me to just talk about the interviews last week, or are you going to do that? Okay, so with those finalists, the Regents did conduct the interviews last week. And that is where we are to date. That was my abbreviated report.
Thank you, Regent Ramos. I want to just share beyond what Regent Ramos shared, the amount of time that has been put into this effort has been significant, including the concept of an emerging candidate being brought to the PSAC in December around that Christmas to New Year's holiday time period, getting response from our PSAC to entertain the idea of an additional candidate, and then conducting an interview before forwarding to the Regents is no insignificant lift. And so I again want to demonstrate my appreciation not only to the 4 members of the Board of Regents that have fully participated in that PSAC process, but the 21 that were involved in helping us to achieve 5 final phenomenal candidates that we were able to meet with last week. So just really well done and exciting times.
Additionally, Madam Chair, almost all of the committee members made the extra meetings for this other finalist. I thought it was an extraordinary effort of the public.
Great. All right. For those that are curious, at what point we will discuss the final candidates, it will be at the end of the meeting tomorrow. So I suspect there's a lot of interest in how we might kind of just process those interviews as a board, and that will occur tomorrow late afternoon. In terms of our next agenda item, I would like to invite our budget team to talk a little bit about the Regent budget education and navigating the university budget document. So I don't see Leslie, but Chris, I see you.
I'm here. Leslie
Okay.
will be right back.
Okay.
Would you like me to go ahead and sit?
Yes,
Is that
please,
okay?
go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you feel ready to?
Leslie's
take this?
driving.
Okay,
So I'm gonna have to wait till she gets back.
okay, all right. We're running a little behind, which she probably was anticipating, so. Yeah, I know. How you doing, Chris?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Budget season.
Yeah, it is.
Chris, you have any good jokes you want?
I did not
No.
prepare a joke. I'm afraid to just throw a joke. out
Anything
there
happened to
without
you on that?
preparing.
You know, you could ask Siri.
Right?
Well,
Regent,
Shower, I think just while we're waiting, I can say something that I wanted to say just about the whole PSAC process. I thought I was really impressed with how very engaged all these people were. And it was throughout the entire process, people were, very serious about this, and it is a serious thing, but they also, I mean, the way the whole thing was processed with them, and when we heard their opinions, everything was just very thoughtful, so it was a very, very well done process, and I really enjoyed getting to know some of the PSAC members who I may have met briefly, or some I hadn't met at all, but I just really found it to be a great experience.
I think having had your expertise in hiring President Schultz was also incredibly valuable. So thank you for.
I never intended to do it twice.
Yeah,
I just
absolutely.
want to acknowledge we have in the past our fearless leader in all of this.
Yeah.
Indeed. Just done a great job. Which is very lengthy process. So, yeah.
Yay.
We're done.
We're gonna talk about it tomorrow. Hi,
Hi,
Leslie.
sorry about that.
Chris was gonna tell us a joke and we decided maybe not.
I had to take off. So this portion of the meeting, not unlike the previous meeting in Seattle in November, where we did a long discussion of Budget 101, how to build the budget. This is the actual document that we will ask you to review come the month of May, hopefully, if the state legislature budget works out and that's available. This is the vehicle by which you will approve the university's budget. And this institution has not previously compiled this in this sort of a way. Unlike the financial statements, which Matt Skinner and Angie Dobbins will talk about in our next meeting in Finance and Administration, there is no set way to do this work. So in higher education, our financial statements, we are under generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP, to do our actual financial work. We are regulated by GASB, the Government Accounting Standards Board, for how those statements actually look. Budget is not like that. This is institution specific. Most public institutions make their budget document available publicly. Some might put it behind a wall that only people associated with the institution can see it, but a lot of them are available publicly. But again, there is no set standard for doing this work. And so what we have put together for this year in draft form for fiscal 25, the current year that we are in, is our best recommendation for what that document will look like going forward. I have included in this presentation some links to other institutions, the University of Washington, because they have had their budget. Their document, I will tell you, is about 40 pages, more or less, but it is very high level. Institution budget, this is it. And the delegated authority is to the institution, primarily to the president, to the provost, to affect the university's operations and mission. I've also included Missouri, because Chris has familiarity with Missouri, and I thought this might be interesting to have him have that opportunity to speak to it if we want to look at that one, because that is a system budget, very high level, but they have sort of made their budget document look like their financial statement. So it appears as if it is a financial statement with non-operating revenues, with depreciation, which is not cash expense, it's a little bit different. I have also included the University of South Carolina, which I was responsible for that document for 15 years. It is very lengthy. It's 222 pages. That institution is similar to Washington State in that it's a system. There's 8 campuses. There's 2 separately accredited medical schools inside that. But that's a $2 billion budget, and it serves about 54,000 students. So a little bit bigger, but it's also, the budget philosophy is a responsibility-centered management. So it is formula driven. And the formula is inside that document. So that's why it is a lot more lengthy than what we have put together. But I just want to show you the materials that are inside the document today, so that you have familiarity with what it looks like. Of course, they'll be updated along the way until we get to May, but I'd love for you to have comments, ask questions. to go through this. Again, I'm gonna start every presentation with this. This is the university's budget this year. We're joined by our two new regents. I hope that we'll have some time to do some onboard specific to what this means and how this budget has come together. But this is our $1.3 billion total university budget. And then you've seen this many times before. This is our core funds budget. The core funds are really what is operating the institution. This is the classroom, this is the labs, not the research grants, but it's the operation of those. It's the dollars that come in from our state. It's the dollars that come in from our students. It's also funds that we receive from indirect cost recovery for our grants. And it's funds that we charge each other because we do services across the institution and we charge each other for those. So the operation of the institution is about half of the total 1.3 billion, 671 million. I showed you this slide back in September as we made this budget document available out on our website. What we're really looking at when we think about approving the budget are the items that are in green. Those are the big things that we have to consider. The core funds, which I just showed you, the 671, but also our auxiliary enterprises. That includes athletics. And by state law, you have been approving athletics budget explicitly for several years. But inside auxiliaries are also our housing and dining operation, Cougar Health Services, and parking and transportation. So those are the auxiliary pieces of the operation. The items that are in red, you have delegated authority for those to different offices on campus. So grants, contracts, and the federal earmarks, mostly that goes through our Office of Research, and we're joined by our new VPR, Kim Christian here. Her office has the authority to sign off on those grants as they come in and get those activated. Gifts and distributions mostly go through the foundation. Most of our gifts are made to the foundations, and we receive those dollars back in form of endowment distribution. So that is already delegated, and those are following the donor wishes. The items that are in yellow operate as other things that we do inside the institution. A great example, we had Dory Borgeson on the screen earlier today, the Vet Med Hospital. That is an activity that we do that is not part of the core operation. It's not an auxiliary, but it operates as a sales and service. The creamery, we all know Cougar Gold. It's also one of those. There are lots of these. In Connors alone, there are lots of these. This is where I think we need to do some work in the next year to really document where those are, the profit and loss of each of those. But right now, we need to focus our attention on the two green items, the core funds and the auxiliary enterprises.
Leslie, I
Yes,
think you
ma'am.
just answered that in the supplement you stated. The sales and services is a mix of full cost recovery and some are not. Is that true?
Say yes, but we would have to see that. So are they being subsidized? Possibly. I mean, and Chris just beside you went. Maybe.
The creamery is a good example. I mean, we have been continuously talking about seeing particular budgetary documents on that particular unit and making sure that it's not looking X, Y, Z, but it's being subsidized here. And so we have work to do in that space.
And there is a question, I think, for those things that operate separate from the mission of the institution. I mean, they are critical to the mission. We need a vet med teaching hospital. A creamery is a nice complement. But are they being assessed overhead? I mean, I'm running payroll for them. We're doing other things for them. Are we really truly looking at those as there is a cost to do this business and really assessing what that is? So there's direct costs and the indirect piece of that.
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
Yes. If creamery and such is in sales and service, what would auxiliary enterprise be? Because that would be.
Auxiliary enterprises are the defined business-like activities of the university that are intended to cover fully their costs. So athletics, housing and dining, parking, Cougar Health Services.
Thank you.
They are complements to the student experience, but they are not the institution's core mission. All right, so the budget document, you see our notes here. What we're trying to do is have a very clear document that explains the university's budget philosophy, not just in terms of how dollars are allocated, but in theory, this is backing up the strategic plan. So any strategic plan that we write, either whether it be a system plan, a campus plan, or a unit plan, without dollars, it will fail. So what we want to have in place is this document that ties directly back to the strategic plan and makes that plan achievable. This document is available on our website now, and I'm gonna go to it in just a moment. I will say that I've had the opportunity to speak to lots of different folks around the campus, faculty senate. Chris invited me to the chairs and directors meeting. I have Provost Leadership Academy week after next. Anyone who will ask me to come and speak to them about the university's budget, it is the same presentation. We're not changing it depending on the audience. The information really is the information. And so I think that that's one of the most important things about this is having something that is transparent, that the story doesn't change, it's digestible, and we repeat it in the same way over and over again. And I hope that we've had some success in doing that. I'm going to show you what's on this next slide, then I'm going to go back to this one. These are some of the other budget documents that I mentioned. You can click through on your screen. It will take you to that document. Again, University of Washington, including their board action when they adopted their budget in the spring. University of Missouri is the system document, and South Carolina is the big document for fiscal 25. If you had interest in other institutions, I'm happy to find those for you. Most again are available in some place. Some might be a little bit protected, and everyone does this differently. I did ask Chris to make a comment about Missouri's. It is a little bit different than what we have put together.
Yeah, it's, Missouri went through a similar process. The budgetary document historically was, not necessarily, usable. It was just a massive entity, and, the CFO and the assistant CFO, Rhonda and Ryan, had shifted it to something that was, I think, more usable, more logical, made more sense. When Leslie has described a budgetary document, I've envisioned it as this because that's what I had seen before, if that makes sense. So instead of having, on this document, you'll get like the S&T budget, you'll get the Columbia budget, you'll get the hospital system is an enormous piece of the budget at the University of Missouri. And so each of those are different components, and I envisioned on that you would have essentially the Pullman budget, and then the pieces out of that you would have the budget for Vancouver, for Tri-Cities. I think the key is how far down we want to go in the budget in terms of, this is right at the university levels. It does not then dive into the next step of colleges, et cetera. I'll defer to Leslie on what she's looking at, but the key on this document is to understand where generally the money is going. It was never meant to be a specific document, so you could say, okay, this English professor makes this amount or this type, it didn't get in the weeds at that level, which I think is pretty important. One of the really nice uses of this document, and I know Leslie's got a number of these different pieces that are being built in, is it did allow for conversations on how we did different pieces, or how did FNA work, or how did particular student fees work, or something like that, so that the common questions that people would ask could be embedded into the budgetary document, and so people could refer to that document so they were getting the exact same answer every time. So I found it very useful when I was there, but again, I haven't looked at other ones other than Missouri's or not WSU's.
That's been a pastime for me to look at other folks' budget document, and I'm holding this just to make sure. This is the university's budget office website, and this document has been available. You'll see FY 25 budget document, and over time we'll populate that with those. It did work. Thank you. So we weren't sure if this was going to work. So this is the document. As you click into that, you will find this. You'll notice that I have it listed as a draft. You did not approve this document, and therefore it is going to always be a draft. There will never be a fiscal 25 that is not a draft, because you never had the opportunity to review and approve it. But this is how we compiled last year's budget. And I'm sorry, this is going to look odd as I scroll through it here. It feels like you're watching somebody move Netflix slides away from you. Here is the contents of the document, and I'll go through these relatively quickly, but please stop me as I mention them. It's not intended to be this voluminous thing that no one will ever pick up and say, oh, it's too much info. There is a lot of info here, but we wanted to start at least with the level of unit detail so that you could see how it was coming together. Whether that stays in here or not, that's going to be a decision point. There's opening information from myself and Chris Jones here. Chris, our Assistant Vice President for Budget and Planning. But the document really starts with this overview, and this overview is really important because this is where we're pulling in where are the critical information pieces that inform what we're doing at Washington State University. This document is work that Chris Hoyt and her team from Institutional Research and OSPA use along with Belinda and her team from Government Relations. This is just a lot of facts about the university, enrollment, how many employees, what is our graduation rate that came up in the previous meeting, what is our retention. All of that is encapsulated here in this one page, just so you have some quick facts about the university. Moving away from that, I mentioned the criticality of the strategic plan. Then you have where the strategic plan comes in. You know, this Board of Regents decided last spring that there were going to be 4 critical focus areas for this year, and there they are. One, WSU, fiscal transparency, reputational strength, and stabilizing our athletic operations. So we wanted to recognize that is where the Regents were. Then we also have these annual presidential priorities and system priorities. We have enumerated those here. You receive that update every time we have a strategic planning and operational excellence committee to see where we are along the way. But that work is what should inform the budget as we're pulling it together. Again, sorry for the scrolling. This piece is new here, and tomorrow morning in that strategic planning meeting, you'll have the opportunity to hear from Charles Camerzell about our enterprise risk management activities. Each year, we have a group of folks that assess the overall institutional risk and actually rank those in order of how critical are these risks. Our risks will look a lot like every other higher ed. And we actually know what those are. But what's important in terms of budget and managing risk is many of these will require dollars to mitigate or accept. And we need to be very clear. We know what our risk is. Is there something that we are doing in terms of our budget that will help offset the risk? Are we accepting the risk or what? So this was a first pass at putting that together. Each one of these risks are owned by somebody on campus. I own a couple, you know, other folks in this room own some of these. But what we're trying to show you is when we have made changes in terms of budget that may or may not have an impact on this. Many of these risks are going to be our risks no matter what. I mean, money will not solve these problems, but it is important to understand what we are doing in terms of mitigating those risks. So we will work with Charles' team to flesh this out a little bit more going into next year. Then we have a summary, and this summary you have seen many times because as I've presented the budget to you or in other settings, this is really what I'm using. It is that depiction of the full $1.3 billion budget. It is the breakdown of what is really our operating. We also have some information about our state appropriations. A critical component of our success in managing our operation is our state appropriation. So we speak to that. We've talked about where the budget is allocated, and here's that graphical depiction of the core funds. Most of that, of course, to the colleges. That's what we're here to do. Again, this is core funds, does not include the research grants. What is in my office's overhead, the finance and operations? What is in Chris's is academic support? What is the campus operation? And then what is under the president's purview is the administration.
When you refer to campuses, are you really including all the campuses or only the 2 that have?
Well, no, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that, Regent Shower. This is one where I'm struggling a little bit with how we show that because this is all of the campuses. Even for Spokane, it is the administrative piece of Spokane, but it is not pharmacy, medicine, and nursing. That's actually in the college piece because I wanted to show the academic units together. Even though Spokane has 3 of those academic units. So it is a little bit different. For Pullman, we have student affairs in there because that student affairs component is so significant. It's different. So we have to think about how to blow out that campus portion a little bit more because Tri-Cities and Vancouver are different. But
And they're
frankly, all
academic,
of our campuses are different.
but just to make sure that I'm tying together what you just said, the academic units though, for Vancouver and Tri-Cities are not lifted.
They are not, the
in
academic units are
side.
not inside the colleges. They are in the campus wedge here. That's
So our
why they were
methodology
different.
is a little different depending on campus.
Yes, Tri-Cities and Vancouver are different. And we need to explode that a little bit more so you can see that a little bit better. The next portion of this walks through the process we went through to develop this budget. You will recall we brought back budget hearings this year. So in March, we met with all of our units. Regent McDonald had the opportunity to sit with us and do those 44 unit meetings. And with that information, we asked each of the units to come to us with a 1%, 3%, and 5% reduction, but also tell us where there are funding opportunities that they need to have. So we have all of that on the table. Ultimately, we ended up reducing budgets a little more than 1%, a little over $5 million. And we built the budget with differential reductions for the first time since the institution has been making reductions. This information that follows here shows where reductions were made. This is what I reviewed with you at the September Regents meeting. This next portion here that I'm looking at is the summary of funding recommendations. This is where we did put dollars. So we took away some funding so that we could advance initiatives in other places. One of those was the support for our academic students who are under the graduate student contract. So that was negotiated. We knew that we had a $4.3 million need to fund that new contract. We received $2 million from the legislature in one-time dollars, but we had to reallocate our own dollars across the institution to cover the other portion of that contract. So that was our first funding priority. Then you can see some other things that we felt important. Enrollment management. Obviously, we need to be feeding the revenue generation at this institution in terms of enrollment. So we put some additional dollars into Sagiota's operation. And you can see the others that we funded. We did some things on a recurring basis. We have some funding that is on a non-recurring basis. And one of those that I will point out to you in the non-recurring was the marketing campaign that we lifted this year. We put $1.7 million into that, but we only did it on a one-time basis, so we didn't have the recurring dollars. And so that will be on the table again for fiscal 26 is how do we continue to advance that work? And this page, which I know is a total eye chart up there, that really is the budget. That Excel sheet is the Excel version of the graph that I showed you earlier. It was where we started last year's budget, the changes that we made to reduce, where we put new dollars in, and then what the resulting budget was at the end of the day. So this looks like a nice summary, but this was an intense amount of work to get to this point. It was actually the summary of all of those budget meetings that we had. Moving on from that, inside this document, here's where the volume comes in, this campus and unit core funds budget. Inside here, you have information for every unit on the campus, all of our 44 units, academic units and administrative units. And these are the documents, and Regent McDonald will remember, this is what we used in the budget hearing. So it's like, let's pull everything together and have everyone's information consistent in look and feel. What you have here is the budget up in the top left-hand corner. This is where the unit was. Over to the side of that on the top right is all of the unit budget cuts, both recurring and non-recurring since fiscal 21. And I will tell you that all of the information in this document that starts in fiscal 21, as if that is a year that is important. The reason is that was the first year of Workday. And so we wanted to be able to pull out of our current system and not try to go back into the old system and make it try to align with Workday. So this is all Workday forward info. Below that, the bigger table here that you see is the sources and uses for core funds and non-core funds for each of the units. So detailed out by unit. So this would be different for each of our academic and administrative units, but you'll see you have fiscal 21, fiscal 22, fiscal 23, and fiscal 24. So you can follow this over. What's occurred to us since we put this together, while this is great for the data walks, Chris, Matt, we need to show this graphically for you. We need to be able to show you sources and uses graphically, and then add in some of this information on this next piece. So for all of our units, we show the carry forward dollars, funds that have moved forward that were not expended in one year that move into the next year. That's this box right here. Down below for all of the academic units, we're showing the credit hour generation. And we just have fall here. Back in the appendix, we have fall, spring, and the summer term. So you can see that. What I'm envisioning for the next version of this is a graph for all of our academic units that shows sources and uses, but we lay the credit hours over top of it. So you can see dollars versus the unit of measure of productivity. This yellow box, we need to have our units have an opportunity to say things back to you and provide some narrative context for what is frankly, a pretty dry spreadsheet. So we're trying to work through what that might look like. What would the units want to tell us in terms of narrative that could fit in here that would supplement the financial information we're seeing? So that should be in the next iteration of this, along with the graphs.
So, Leslie, two quick
Yes, ma'am.
questions for you, Ben. So where in this, is this where you're demonstrating fund balances that?
Yeah, this right here, this whole box right here, Regent Dickinson is the fund balance. And so you can see ending 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Okay.
Both core funds and non-core.
Positive, some might be negative.
That's correct. And there's going to be a summary I'm going to show you in a minute where that just the bottom line where everybody was as we ended fiscal 24.
And then is industry standard of that measurement, is it based on? I mean, we all have different ways of measuring profitability, or
Mhm.
even just break even.
Mhm.
Is that through credit hours? Versus, because in my head, I know it's not like this, so, but it's like, what does it cost per student in the college of X?
Mhm.
And so I don't know how you break that down.
You want to start?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's two different pieces, if you want to go basic, although we, of course, have Connors up, which is more complex because of the extension apparatus.
Which is
Um,
embedded in here.
But it needs to be a mix of credit generation and then probably grant expenditures.
Okay.
So that we would have a educational proxy and then a research proxy. We don't have established KPIs in our core areas. We're in the process right now of establishing what the KPIs are. Kim and her team did an amazing job last year of building what should be the basis on the research side, but we need to do it on teaching. We also need to do it on extension outreach and the other areas which are critical. So I wasn't going to say that, we might think about also putting grant expenditures as another way, because we're going to have units that are very, very productive in credits, which is great. It's tuition and it's outcomes, et cetera. We're going to have other units that have limited credits, but massive research production. And we need the combination of those two. Some places are double and triple credits, but by and large, things have things that they're stronger in and weaker in. Well, being overly simplistic, I really want to see at a department level, are you really productive at something? Right? We need to make sure that they're both not low or not existent. And then is it aligning if your main thing was credit generation and we've got a huge drop off, which of course we have, what does that look like in some of your other balancing?
And that credit generation really defines the demand. Because as an institution, we need to start looking at where strategically we want to go and what are those that we are serving, where's the demand? What are they, not versus what we think they all need, but what is the demand?
I wouldn't be comfortable saying that.
Okay.
It's what we built to do and how we've recruited. That doesn't necessarily mean that is the optimal thing for us to be doing. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just like if you build a department and you're going to get students and you're going to generate credits. That doesn't mean that was the best way to necessarily utilize those funds based on the current market versus, 1892 when you build.
Right. And I'm looking at it more from the perspective of, again, what is it that those seeking WSU are looking for?
Yes.
And are we investing in the right things based on where the demand is at this time?
So the best indicator of that would be credit generation over time, pulling out what the university trend is.
Okay.
So if the university lost 17%, but I see a particular unit that's lost 37 or 38%.
Right.
That's telling me that not only do we have a university challenge, but we've got a field challenge. And we can give some examples of those. I mean, Leslie can literally name them off right now. If I see one that is overachieving the university trend, either positive or negative, we're up 17%, the same thing. That's suggesting an area that has more field demand, despite the fact that we probably have not enhanced the capacity of the unit at a time. So
Okay.
if when we talk about program review, one of the reasons I wanted to switch towards ongoing program optimization was to be using yearly trends in credit generation, degree production, et cetera. So we can see areas that are growing in our core areas and then make decisions, whether it's staffing, who do you hire, what type of faculty, what type of staff, but also just the general, do we divest or do we invest
Right.
in units based on what their actual outcome productivity is, not narrative. And that's, I mean, and again, this is an area where budgetary documents with that stuff embedded in can be really powerful tools to explain, well, here's why I invested in X. Here's the particular trends, here's the expenditures, here's why we're not investing in Y. You know, so it's not why I like it more because it's my degree. It's here's the data and this is what's best for the institution.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was asking.
So these sheets exist for each one of our units, including our administrative units. We replicated this process for December. We met with each one of our units in December to do sort of a mid-year check-in. Are you on budget? Are you not? What's going on? And we'll talk about that in our finance and administration meeting. But we have also recognized that this document is heavily resource focused and less use focused. And we need to be breaking down our expenditures in terms of salaries and wages, fringe benefits, goods and services, travel, that kind of thing. So you can see that a little bit more explicitly. And in the core funds, the majority of our dollars are salaries and wages. So it's going to be important that we understand that. But we will, the next iteration of this will have a little bit more of a use focus and not just a source focus.
Before you move on, first of all, this is really powerful and the transparency is amazing, especially because you already have this draft on the website and it's fully accessible. I want to make sure that I understand some of what is on the sheet so that it sounds like the rest are similar in format. So understanding the template, the indirect cost recovery. So I'm always interested in, and there's always a debate about how much do I have to spend or pay towards the indirect are each of these sheets clear on what the indirect costs are?
Indirect cost recovery, I'm not sure that we're using the term the same. That is the facilities and administrative overhead that we pull back from federal grants. That's not what folks are paying
not
for
like
payroll.
And I was just,
No,
yeah,
no, we have not done explicit work. We can tell you what everyone's direct cost is. We have not done the work to say your indirect cost because you use payroll, because you use facilities, because you use XYZ. You know that this institution went down the path of doing a responsibility centered management budget with Huron as a partner. That would identify that. But that there is a lot of subjectivity in that of who pays what for what. We had a conversation just yesterday at our Chancellor's Council about how the campuses should think of in terms of what is the support for centralized services. So that's difficult work ahead of us. We can do direct all day long, but that indirect piece, all of the overhead of the institution does have to be accounted for as well.
but it's not currently attributed.
It's not to the unit. No,
indirect
no,
line is
no,
not
no.
what I'm
Indirect
thinking
cost
of.
on here is the F&A charge
Is
that
the
is coming off.
11% noted in the.
It is for the campuses who pay that. Yeah,
Right,
it
so
sure
for
is.
Tri-Cities in Vancouver,
Yeah.
the 11% that comes back is a part of the budget.
Yeah.
But for my office, it's not because it's just embedded, or a college. It's not because it's embedded in the overall Pullman Spokane Everett budget.
Right, so to reflect on what I'm hearing you say, like Connors doesn't have an 11% fee
No,
to go back up to the mothership to pay for.
right, so I'm sure we could spend lots more time on those data sheets. That is really the bulk of the budget, but I wanted to move on just in the interest of time to show you what else is available here. So we have a section on state appropriations that includes our state appropriations over time. It dates back, I think it was a 10-year pull to 2016 and how it's changed. Fortunately, in this 10-year period, it's only ever gone up. That may not be the case for this year. Underneath that, you see we have a lot of dollars that come in as proviso funding that are frankly earmarks. We're told to do X, Y, Z with these dollars. And so we have listed those here. In our next iteration of this, I think we need to be a little bit more clear about what is a recurring funding from the state versus a non-recurring funding from the state. So we did receive some one-time funding this year. The graduate student contract is an example. We had $2 million in the supplemental bill for that. But that is only one time, and the need will be here next year as well. So we need to be a little clearer on what these dollars are for. And this will be particularly important if we are facing any future budget cut from the state. The tuition and fee section here is our work to making sure we have one official tuition and fee schedule for the university. So anytime that we charge our students tuition, you have to approve that. You have to approve anything that we put on a student's bill, but we have not accumulated that in a way and made it available to where this is one official fee schedule and there is only one official fee schedule. So this work, which is really, really an eye chart and quite ugly to look at, this is the schedule that our bursar's office uses to populate the tuition and fee system. So we are charging our students for everything to see. I'm looking at you, Regent Vogel, because you get our bills, you know what that looks like. But this is how we populate that. And our work going forward is to make sure that our units understand there is going to be one official fee schedule. And if you populate fees on your own website, it has to tie back to this because we have had situations where things have been stated differently at the college level. So.
And Leslie, yeah, we'll probably end up making this uglier because there's more to add to it. And just some examples of what Leslie was talking about. We have some differential rates on some of our graduate programs. So you'll remember the master's in energy conscious construction has a different graduate rate. A few years ago, this board approved a differential rate for applied economics. We'd like to incorporate those in a table like this as well. But we'll try to make it more pretty next time.
Well, and easy for the student. I mean, this is different than what our obligation is to show a net cost calculator for the student. I mean, we do that, but this is really important that, you know, these differentials are able to be shown and are consistent and are what you've actually approved. And it's not pretty to look at, though. I will say, you know, this one is only a couple of pages. I came from an institution that had, I'm not kidding, 35 pages of fees, so it can be worse.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So was it that the fees were in different places or?
They were not the same fee rate.
Oh, okay.
That's why there is one official fee schedule of the university, because that is what we're charging. And that's what we know the Regents have approved. And it's just that they get out of date. So.
Okay.
The next section here, this was work that Chris and I had done with Mike Walcott and will now do with Kim Christian, is to really outline what our F&A cost recovery is. And this is the dollars that we get back from the federal government for our grant activity. We've included here just a depiction of what that has looked like over time. I think we were pretty conservative in our estimate for this current year, fiscal 25. It looks like we might be a little bit above that. But this is really important that we included this. We're actually showing where those dollars go. So there is an executive policy, it is EP02, that tells how the dollars are distributed across the campus, who gets them to the college, does the unit, does the PI, and then what dollars come centrally for overhead services or to operate research. Mike, Dan Norquist, and Kim went through a pretty detailed process to outline this. They also have a fabulous website right now that has frequently asked questions for researchers that ask a lot of these questions, like this is where it's going. So I hope that this will improve over time, but this is, you know, way more than we've ever provided to our community on. This is really what we're doing with the F&A cost recovery. Auxiliary enterprises. The first piece of information you have seen many, many times, and you will see later this afternoon, it is the athletics budget. So what we've included here is the fiscal 25 athletics budget as you approved it back in the spring, where we were at the time with fiscal 24, and that has been adjusted a little bit because we're finally concluded with fiscal 24. But we also thought it important to include a longer history of the budget for athletics. But some additional information that we get asked by our community around athletics. As you all know, we have an operating deficit with athletics that has accumulated over time, but often that gets intertwined with the actual debt we have from athletics. The debt is primarily on facilities. This is for, you know, the improvements to the baseball stadium, the improvements to the football stadium. This is the actual debt where we have issued debt with another party. And I wanted to make sure you saw that separate from this discussion of the internal accumulated cash deficit, which is the $102 million that we have talked about. And we wanted to be very clear, these are different things. The debt that we have issued is being paid down. There's a debt service of approximately $10 million a year that will clear that. This is another issue, but we get asked this through faculty senate or through other means, and we wanted it documented so that we could all see it. The next portion of this are some information that we've gathered mostly from student affairs and parking and transportation on our housing and residence life, Cougar Health Services, and parking and transportation. To my knowledge, we've not accumulated this and provided it before. You've approved the rates for housing and dining. You've approved any fee that we charge for Cougar Health Services, but we have compiled through Ramonda's leadership these budgets for the last 2 years actual and 1 year projected, and we'll continue to do so. We do have time on the Regents calendar. I think it's the April meeting where Ramonda will be available and we'll talk a little bit more in depth about housing and dining operations. Here are the fee schedules for housing and dining are included. I'm sorry for scrolling through Cougar Health Services. And our parking and transportation office. This is the Pullman operation. And the rates that we charge for parking and transportation, always a popular thing. We included some information on university development and the foundation. Now, the foundation is a separate entity. There is a portion of our operating dollars that support the development operation, of the majority of that comes from the endowment distribution. In this, you've seen some of this information before, the history of our fundraising opportunities, and the performance of the endowment itself. We have included also where the spendable distributions are going, where they went for fiscal 23 and for fiscal 24. We didn't project for fiscal 25, but it will look very similar. These are donor directed gifts that as the distribution is available, we push out into the units. Later on this spring, we will be talking to you about the distribution percentage, how that's changing. Regent Ramos knows what I'm talking about. I think it comes before you at the March meeting, but we wanted you to be able to see where the dollars come from the endowment. The next section is focused on carry forward and retained earnings. And this year it is only on the core fund. So it is the carry forward. It is not the non-core dollars. And I mentioned, I think Regent Ramos, you asked me about deficit or positive. This is all of the units, all 44 units. And those that have the pink lines are the units that ended last year in deficit. You have heard us speak of these before: Arts and Sciences, the College of Medicine, the Research Operations, Spokane Administrative Unit, and Human Resources. Yes, ma'am.
Could I just ask a quick question? I'm trying to think in terms of, there's a whole slide dedicated to the athletics deficit. Is this accumulated deficit, or is it 1 year deficit?
This is accumulated.
Okay.
I think that was your question too, Regent.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is accumulated. And so this is, again, just the core funds. This is not the non-core. So, you know, this institution has not developed policies around how we use carry forward, how we accumulate carry forward, what is the use of carry forward. We do restrict the use of that because what we are concerned could happen is our units may use carry forward dollars that they have saved in a recurring way. And once the dollars are gone, they're gone, and we still have developed a structural budget deficit. So we do have to approve the use of those. I would like us to get to the point where we have a policy for what carry forward should be, with some guardrails, should be within some tolerance. You know, 90 days is a minimum to me. Anything above that is a good thing, but we also don't want dollars stranded. I don't want you to be too concerned that I have on the bottom there what our budget is, what 90 days would be, and we are underwater in terms of, I see you. We are underwater in terms of core. We do make up for the non-core side. I knew where you were going immediately.
I'm sorry. See, I'm tracking you. A communicator can do math, so.
The next piece I've showed you previously, this is our budget development calendar for next year's budget, which we are well into. It included those meetings we had with each one of our units in December. We are already planning for the unit meetings in March that will occur the 2 weeks following spring break. And that should give us appropriate time to pull the budget document together for your review in May. Of course, I'm awaiting that we will have the state budget complete by then. All right, so that is really all of the budget information, but we have wanted to make sure that there was some supplemental information that helped clarify some of this, and we've included some appendices in here. One of those is a glossary. Because we want to make sure when we say something in terms of finance words, that everyone understands what we mean. And I think Regent McDonald's laughing. We did a lot of this with her during the budget hearings last year. I'm like, should write that down. And so we did. So there's a glossary to preface it. There's a piece here that's missing, and I'm gonna ask my colleague Chris Jones and Chris Mulick and Linda to work on next year. But I would like to have a narrative of how the state budget process comes together and what our role in that is, and how we do the biennial budget versus the supplemental budget, and what that timing in general looks like. So this is in here as a placeholder so that we can describe that next time. University enrollment. We've included information on total enrollment, but we've broken that down by type of student, whether they be undergrad, grad, vet med, pharmacy, medicine. We've broken it down by campus. We've done credit hours for fall, spring, and summer. And that really is just to provide some additional context, like where are the enrollment challenges. We know that we've had an enrollment challenge, but we wanted one place where you could get to this information that complemented the budget document. The next piece of the appendix is some human resources information that's sort of in flight. What we need to work on with Jennifer Klein's leadership is documenting by unit the number of employees. Where are they and what have they changed over some period of time? Workday's life is probably what we're going to do. That's more challenging than you might think. So we will get there. But this, along with human resources, we wanted to have one place because Regent McDonald, you've asked for this, lots of people have asked for this. What has been the history of our mass salary increase? So this is something that Chris has kept in the budget office. It dates back to 2009, and it's all of the increases that have occurred since then and how they have applied to different categories of employee. We want this where everyone can see it because this becomes myth and lore when it's not documented. The next piece, Matt will talk to you in the next meeting about this in depth, and we're due to provide you our bond report. But we wanted to have a section of this document dedicated to our bond debt. So you can see what our debt service is, what that looks like over time, where we have allocated. There's our principal. The beautiful thing about debt at Washington State University is it does pay down very quickly. So you can see it's a nice trajectory down. The challenge is the debt service doesn't necessarily match that, which is the second slide there. We have pretty level debt service for quite a few years. And then finally, the last page of this is something that we'll need to work through the AG's offices. When you have this document before you and you adopt it, then you are delegating the authority back to the president, back to the provost, back to me, back to the university to affect the budget. And we will work on the language of that, probably using our friends in state to help to find that document, but that will be the conclusion of this. So I know that is a lot of information. Yes.
Just going back to the annual debt service by groups, just looking at the piece, so. What does it for academics and research, and what would be an example of debt service we're carrying under is that a building?
Yeah, these are buildings.
And certificates of participation. What is
Matt.
Yes.
That originally funded the university student information system. Might have issue that was done through the state treasurer's office. That debt is called certificates of participation, and that would be paid off.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am so excited to see this budget document in totality and that it's in front of you all so that you can see the structure as we head into May. And I just want to compliment the entire team because they've worked so hard to get to this place. And it speaks to where we want to go with regards to transparency and data-informed decision-making. Can't do strategy without resources. So that's why I'm really excited about this and I appreciate all of your work, Chris, and Wesley, and Matt, and John, and everybody.
And your patience. As someone who has been named for asking a lot of questions, I've always had my questions met with grace, and I appreciate that.
Of course.
The other comment I just want to say again, this is available for folks to take a look at, which is part of the criticism I think that we have taken is the transparency, and yet it's incredibly transparent. which is both good and sometimes challenging too. So I appreciate the work as well. I'm curious in terms of the process moving forward, 44 budget hearings happened last year. Are you anticipating, I know you've been doing mid-year budget meetings. Are you anticipating budget hearings again?
Yes, in the month of March, after spring break, we will do the same slate of all of the units.
Do you anticipate Regent McDonald
No.
willingly saying yes or
No.
no?
No, I would not expect a regent to participate because you are then adopting the budget.
Disqualified me, that was clever.
A little bit.
That was clever.
You get spring break off.
Well, and just to expand on process, so this is just framework and the plan. And then in the committee, we're gonna look at performance to plan.
Mhm.
And we're gonna look at performance to plan at some frequency and all the other pieces. And so I think that, you know, where we're headed is doing what we say we're gonna do on all of these budget items in the accountability process. So, it's great.
Are there any other comments or questions?
Just kudos on a great job, and this is just so helpful. Thank you.
I'm also gonna offer kudos to our president because I think this time last year, the idea of, hey, let's talk about how we might be able to create some exposure around this and go through this process with the regents and your council around. I think it might take a little longer than a couple months to be ready. And so the process as well as the outcome are equally as important in the process that you have moved us through and are going to continue for the next few months. Really, really valuable. So just really appreciate the vision and the implementation of that. So. Hearing nothing more, I am going to go ahead and wrap up the Executive and Governance Committee. And we're running a little bit early, 3 minutes early. So I'm going to go ahead and also give everyone a bit of a break. I would like to go ahead and have us reconvene at 2:40. We have a very, very full next committee meeting. So at 2:40, so 12 minutes of a break. Thank you all.
Thank you.
What are you eating? What is that? What are you eating?
Okay, we're gonna get started.
Yellow carrot.
We've had a little snack. We are excited and ready for our next committee meeting. I'd like to go ahead and pass over the committee of the Finance and Administration work to the chair of this committee, Regent Ramos.
Thank you, Chair Shower. Welcome everyone to the Board of Regents Finance and Administration Committee meeting. Can you hear me all the way back there? I think I'm being loud, but I need to check. Thank you. During today's meeting, we will hear 8 information items, review 12 future action items, and discuss 3 action items. And we will start today's meeting with the first information item, which is an internal audit update provided by Chief Audit Executive Heather Lopez. Heather.
Good afternoon. So in your packet, it's a very slim packet. We have a status report for audit activities on the audit plan to date. And then an audit report for one of our completed audits. A couple of notes, the completed audit is another one of the unit audits. This is the first year after about 8 years that we picked up doing actual focus on operations and physical controls in the unit. And our goal is to do 1 per quarter. So this is the second one this year, and you'll see another one next quarter. And then after that, hopefully keeping up our pace on once per quarter. That's in addition to other audits that we're working on. The status report does provide kind of a snapshot of where we're at on each of the audits that were in the audit plan. And then there's a 43% completion rate. You would expect 50% through the year that you would be about 50%. We're a little bit behind. We are having some staff shortages right now. Sometimes we go through that, but I have pretty good confidence that once we get our positions filled, we'll be able to keep up. To that note on audit coverage. So sometimes there are questions about breadth of coverage. Do we have enough resources to do what we need to do? We have enough resources to do what we say we're going to do that you have approved for us to do. We do not work in a vacuum. There are a lot of resources throughout the university that are looking at controls, reporting on controls, testing, evaluating, reevaluating, and then updating processes. It's an ongoing thing with management. We have a compliance office since 2020 that has been very active and growing. You'll hear about the enterprise risk management tomorrow, but I know in meetings with some of the folks from the compliance office, they're working on moving towards doing compliance audits. So looking at what that would look like, we would leverage the work that they're doing. And the hope is for them to leverage what we're doing to have greater breadth of coverage across the university because everybody is a little bit short-staffed. We also leverage quite a bit what external auditors do. We have regular meetings with the state auditor. As you know, they're in here regularly looking at different areas on a regular cycle. And we're talking with them a lot about areas that they're looking at, areas of risk, that areas they have looked at before. And they're talking with us to make sure that we're not having duplication of coverage. Everybody wants to make sure that we have the best breadth of coverage and hit the high risk areas. There are some areas that may not be considered a high risk area for some auditors, like the financial statement auditor. They go in and they do an extensive work every year for our financial statement audit. They're looking at materiality in a lot of areas. We have conversations with the audit team before and after the audit engagement, sometimes in the middle of the engagement to talk about, well, areas that didn't meet that materiality, what can we do? And then we try to incorporate that in our risk pool and then in our audit coverage. So with the internal audit team, with the external auditors, with the compliance function, with units that are doing their own audits, and some of them reach out to us for guidance on how to do it and how to be most effective. I think there's a good breadth of coverage to evaluate the university's control environment. And we'll just make sure to keep reporting. We for sure include in our status report each quarter what we're doing and what external auditors, except the financial statement auditor. So you'll hear about those efforts. And I'm hoping as compliance starts picking up in their area, that we maybe collaborating on some of that reporting as well. And that's it. I can address any questions you might have on the report or on status or what we're doing.
We have questions. Oh, go ahead.
Just from just your resource capacity is again, kind of what drives that? Is that,
Well, there've been a lot of changes in the last 5 or 6 years. And so we've had university-wide everywhere, there's been a lot of changes, and some of the drive is because of external factors. And then within the university, before that, we were pretty stable.
where you're,
Yeah, the audit manager who left in December, she was with my office for 17 years. And she's moved on to a position within the ombuds office. So she's still at the university. Another position we were able to pull back. He had gone to another department and then he came back to our unit. So overall, I think he's been with our office about 5 or 6 years once you account for his first term. We had an a senior auditor who was with our office over 10 years, and it was just time for her to move on. So I think we have over time.
yeah, just some of those, some succession of people.
Yeah.
Do you provide like if I'm just thinking of your talent pool and is that something you can live in Spokane or Tri-Cities and do you need to be located in Pullman?
No, it can be, we try to encourage any, to at least be close to a campus.
Okay.
So when we're doing our recruiting right now, it's, as much, I would love them to be in Pullman. But I like a lot of the hands-on when we're working as a team, but also when we're working with our clients. But as long as they can be close to a campus and have some of that base time, will work. We're not ruling anything out. I actually have my IT auditor, she's fully remote, she's in Utah. So she zooms in from there and it's working out fine.
Thank you, Regent Dickinson. Anyone else have a question? I'd just like to thank you for all of your work. Internal audits, an important component of maintaining the integrity and the risk radar for institutions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the following information item, Leslie will be joined by Senior Associate Vice President and Deputy CFO Matt Skinner to present the fiscal year 2024 annual financial report, trends, and debt report. We also have a special guest here today. Presenting is Kristen Diggs, partner at I-Bailey. I-Bailey is an independent accounting firm that audits WSU's financial statements. Kristen will report to the board on the work performed and the results of the FY24 financial statement audit. We also have Andy Dobbins joining us, WSU Executive Director and Controller, and will join the whole panel to give us this fairly extensive report. So hang on there.
Absolutely, and I will just very briefly kick this one off. This is the review of the prior fiscal year, so the year that concluded June 30, 2024. This is the result of our financial statement audit. I'm really delighted to have both Matt and Angie from our internal team to walk you through the analysis of what the financial statements really mean, because these, let's be honest, they're really written for folks like me who like to read financial statements. They're not written for folks like you. What you will find in our financial statement, though, I think is really important, is the management discussion and analysis. It is several pages at the front end, and it's written in a narrative form. It is a discussion of what occurred over the course of the fiscal year in financial terms, but it's written so that it's accessible to the campus community. It's not debits and credits, I promise. If you read nothing in there, please look at that. Kristen will, of course, kick us off with what the outcome is from I-Daily, and then Angie and Matt will walk us through what this means. Please ask questions along the way, because this is really intended to sort of place frame where our financial health is. All yours, Kristen.
Have slides, I don't know. if they'll come up. But I can wing it too, so.
Why don't you go ahead and get
Okay,
started?
I'll go ahead and get started. All right. So, like Leslie said, my name's Kristen Diggs. I am one of the audit partners on the engagement. With the external audit, this is a process that starts roughly in the beginning of the summer. So it's not something that's done within a month. It takes multiple steps over roughly like a 6-month period of time. So we began the process in June, and then we started with planning, finding out what changed for the university, discussions with management, and then we came back and did different procedures. So we started our NCAA procedures because there is an agreed upon procedure each year that is required. We performed that in September of this past year. We also did interim procedures in October this past year. And what that included is going through and doing detailed revenue testing, walkthroughs over the various significant processes, and just getting an overall feel of the different processes at WSU and updating it from what we knew from prior years. And then we came back in November and continued basically on until we issued in beginning of January. We do perform a risk-based audit approach. And so what that means is we are going through and we're focusing on what we've identified as a riskier area. So we're focusing very heavily on the different revenue streams. We're pulling a bunch of samples and looking at it, making sure that they're recorded correctly. We're confirming balances, we're performing analytics over balances, and just getting an overall comfort level that the financials that we've received, the trial balance that we've received is materially accurate. So, and then, yeah, based upon all that, we give what you guys all want to see as the audit opinion.
A clean one.
A clean one, a clean audit opinion. Yes, it is. Yeah. So as the scope of the audit, so what we were engaged to perform is we did an audit over the university. We also performed an audit over the housing and dining system. We performed an audit over Students Book Corporation, as well as Northwest Public Radio, Northwest Public Television. We have issued the University Housing and Dining and Student Book Corporation, the MURO, essentially what we call it. So MURO is a little bit behind. They're having some delays just due to staff turnover and everything. So we are currently working on that one, but the rest have been issued. We've also done the agreed upon procedures. We issued those at the beginning of January over the NCAA procedures. So when we go through and do an audit, sometimes you have findings, sometimes you don't. Last year, we didn't have any findings, but this year when we were going through and doing our testing over revenue, we did find that there were some basically internal charges that where one unit will charge another unit. It wasn't being properly eliminated on the financial statements. And so what that meant was essentially the income statement was grossed up incorrectly. So there was no change in net position or change in equity as a result. Basically, revenue and expenses were inflated by it. So we do have a material weakness associated with it because it was a significant dollar amount. In the current year, it was about 23.6 million over all the different revenue streams within there. So that just means revenue was too high by that, and expenses were too high. And then the prior year impact was about 26 million. So management does have a corrective action plan, which they'll go through after I get done with my spiel. The other thing that you should have as part of your audit documentation, in addition to the financial statements, is our required communication. So this is our governance letter. I think that was probably one of the items in there. What that goes through and basically does is gives a high level snapshot of what was in the audit. It says that basically, in our opinion, we were able to give a clean opinion. Sorry, I'll go back a little bit. So with the auditor's report, which is on page 1 of the financial statements, we do have our audit opinion. That is a clean opinion. So it is an unmodified opinion. We do have an emphasis of a matter paragraph because of the correction of the error related to the prior year. And this is more detailed in note 21 in the financial statements. Our opinion does not have any assurance on the required supplementary information. So in addition to the financial statements, there's certain items that are required. So what Leslie was talking about with the management's discussion and analysis, there are required schedules related to pension and the OPEB liability. We don't give any assurance on it. However, we do compare it to the information that's been given and that we've tested to make sure it lines up. So it's not that we don't do anything with it, but we do, under the accounting standards, we don't give assurance on it.
Before you leave that, are you leaving that now?
Huh.
Are you moving on to the next subject now?
Heck yeah.
No, I have a
We got-
question.
we got-
But if you're not finished with this section about the reporting,
Go ahead.
if in the weakness in reporting that you discovered this year,
Yep.
and it wasn't in the prior year, does that suggest a change of behavior or record keeping? And if so, is the university addressing however that change came to occur? I should ask that team that, but
Yeah.
one question to you, and then depending on your answer, it'll be a question to them.
So with our testing, so where we found it was in the other operating revenue. So there is a ton of different revenue items in there. And I will honestly say it's luck of the draw based upon the sample that you select in any given year. The amount that was recorded against that line was not material to the financial statements, but over the different revenue streams, when management started looking into it, it ended up being a lot more significant. And the reason that the error took place was because they were doing elimination entries, but it was more focused at different funds that they knew where those transactions were taking place, rather than looking at the internal service delivery, I guess, function and how things go into the general ledger.
That
And
makes
so
sense.
when they took a look at that, just with the transition to Workday and everything and updating the different processes, they found where there were more that weren't being eliminated.
So helpful.
That
So,
answers my
so,
question.
so no change in accounting process.
Right.
So we did a prior period adjustments on the financial statement, just 2 years of financial data. We restated both years to correct for the error in both years. And then as Angie will speak to in a little bit, we're changing our accounting procedure to better use the Workday information we have to eliminate all of those internal service
That
revenues.
makes sense. Thank you.
Great question.
So in addition to the report, we are required to let you know that the audit is performed in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States. Management is responsible for the financial statements, so the 110-page document, I think it was, that is prepared by management. We go through and we review it thoroughly, compare it against our testing work, but it is something that is prepared by management. And they ultimately are responsible for it. An audit doesn't provide absolute assurance. We do use materiality, as Heather alluded to earlier. We do pull samples, we look at analytics, but we don't look at every single transaction going through the university. And then an audit's not designed to provide assurance regarding internal control. However, if we do come across something like with the internal service delivery, we will note it. We do walkthroughs over the significant processes to see if there's a breakdown. We pull different transactions to make sure that what they tell us is happening is actually happening. But we don't design our procedures to test it. And then our governance letter, that other document that I referred to earlier, there are some significant things in there that we just talk about. We do talk about the fact that there are significant estimates in your financial statements. So these relate to the OPEB and the pension liability in there, as well as the allowance for doubtful accounts. And those are the main ones. We've already gone through the corrected adjustment that we had. We do have past adjustments, and these are pretty consistent with what we have every year. These aren't a breakdown of internal control. It's just management based upon their processes. They don't record them. We're just required to let you know about. So what they are is the first one relates to credit balances that are sitting in accounts receivable. Technically, they're accounts payable. But because of the dollar amount, management's decided not to move them, which we don't disagree with. We just have to call it out. And that's about 2.4 million. The other thing is with the implementation of the leasing standard a couple of years ago and what we call CIVITAs, but it's your subscription-based information technology arrangements. Management has elected to apply a threshold on what items come on the books. That's not technically GAAP. GAAP has not allowed for a threshold to be established yet. And so what we do is we just pass on that difference. It's not worth the time and effort to record those. We don't disagree. It's just not GAAP. So what the amount is about 7.4 million of, and it's just a gross up on your balance sheet of a right to use asset and an offsetting liability. And then there's the lessor transaction. So the accounts receivable and deferred inflow, that was a passage of adjustment of about 1.1 million. Okay. And now I'm done. Does anyone have any other questions? Yeah.
Sorry, one more.
You're good.
These are new guy questions. Last year, GAAP required a change in for-profit businesses on how they account for leases, whether it's expensed or capitalized. Does that apply to public institutions as well?
Yeah, so that was GASB 87, and that was required 2 years ago.
2 years ago, right?
Yep, so GASB took it, so the governmental accounting standards took it a bit further the following year, so last year. So they're requiring subscription contracts, so like Workday and some of those other ones, you're now required to also bring those on. So which you're not required to in the for-profit world. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions?
Not a question, but just a comment, as you went through the 6-month period and spent time boots on the ground with the team. I think in our closing conference, you had described the cooperation across the institution as being really positive. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that and that the data was readily available. And I'll just say it one more time because Workday's been helpful.
Yeah, you know, each year the audit gets better and better. Both from our understanding of everything as well as just working with the WSU staff. I mean, we are reaching out to a variety of departments and working with a ton of individuals, and everyone at the university has just been awesome to work with. So we really appreciate that. It makes our job a lot easier.
You guys can glow now.
Yeah.
Maybe if we could take a minute, I'd like to let Angie talk a little bit about our actions we're taking on that finding. We take that very seriously. In fact, we prefer to not have a finding. We'll be honest about it. We don't mind them. We'll correct it. We prefer to not have them. And then we also want to share that the state of Washington does a large financial statement report for all the agencies of the state. And this year they spent some extra time with higher education, including WSU, reviewing how our financial statements and balances tie back to what the state was reporting. We did have an exit with them where they reported some concerns or some management comments about our ability to tie our books into the state books. And so not a finding there, but something we want to talk about. Again, that's on kind of our list of opportunities to improve. So maybe Angie, get us started there.
Nice to chat with all of you. Glad to join WSU. Last year at this time, I was on the screen and had been with WSU, I think, for the last 2 months of the audit, just footing and proofing and tying out financial schedules. So glad to have been part of the process for a full year. And I spent my first 30 years in the corporate manufacturing world. So a lot of emphasis on continuous improvement, lean manufacturing processes, lean accounting, and ways to really drive improvements. I spent 10 years in higher education in the state of Idaho, Idaho State University. And we had rolled out a collaborative all funds budget. We did quarterly audit committee reporting, forecasting, and analysis. So it's exciting to see the robustness of the tool, getting more and more capability to really drive into the numbers at WSU. My alum, by the way, so go Cougs. Glad to, when the recruiters were reaching out, I was like very happy with my job, but I'm like, but it's WSU, so maybe I'll apply. But getting into the meat of the matters with the finding, it really is, I think, stemming back somewhat to what Matt said. We're moving to Workday. So if we think back in the history of WSU and legacy accounting systems, the audit was completed by the state of Washington. And so a lot of the practices and processes were built around what the state required. And moving into Workday, because of the speed at which that transition happened, a lot of those same things were replicated. And so what we found in this particular instance is that those internal sales and expenses, and that elimination was done for specific funds, motor pool facilities, the printers, very specific funds. And that's what the state of Washington eliminates as well. Through testing, we uncovered that that has really grown at WSU. Now we have better tools to really drill down and see that that use has expanded greatly. To the tune, as Kristen mentioned, of $20+ million. That's not new this year. It was discovered this year. So we did restate in our financials that for FY 23. And some of the statistical information FY 22. We really don't have the capability to go back further than that because we don't have the ability to drill down in prior years because of legacy system to make that correction. But what it does is it, as Kristen noted, it increases your revenue and your expense. So there's a net no change to the bottom line, but it is inflating those expenditures and revenues. So we completely agree with the finding, and we have better tools within Workday. It's called a journal source, probably far too technical for you, but one of the things we have to really do is improve our communication to ensure everyone's utilizing the capability of the system so that everything is identified and flagged as that, so we can make sure that we have completeness in our eliminations. Along with that, one of the things we're really looking at hard is making sure we complete a full assessment of our university accounting team to ensure that we have the capability, capacity, talent required to ensure that we're complying with GAAP in a complete and thorough manner and conducting all those complex reconciliations in a thorough manner and making sure that internal controls are being followed and that we are well staffed with those to also ensure that those opportunities to utilize the system and streamline can be achieved. Did you want me to speak to SAO2 or did you capture that there?
Okay, we should jump into the other
Bring up the other
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint.
Thank you,
Thank you
Kristen.
both.
We just say
Yeah.
thank you to Kristen and her team. I've said it before, remarkably rigorous audit, yet so friendly to work with, yet remarkably rigorous. And we're grateful for the rigor and the collaboration on the audit. It's outstanding. So.
Nice work, thank you.
Thank you. This, don't delay.
So as we jump in, I'm adding to Leslie's overview. In addition to the MD&A, we do recommend you spend your time in management discussion analysis. That's a great session. If you're acclimating to government accounting, you'll see a statement of net position. That is the balance sheet in the corporate world. And you'll see a statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. That is the income statement if you're coming from a private company.
Sorry, I should have grabbed my glasses. So I'm pulling it up on my computer so I can see it. Because I can't see that part. But yeah, jumping right in. And some of these items, I think you'll notice potentially as well that some of the screens we'll hit later on may have also been shared in Leslie's slide. So it's similar data that we continue to look at. Again, this is a little bit of our historical report on our results. This first slide is looking at our statement of net position, which is really a combination of assets, liabilities, and then that owner's equity or net position component. And we can see our trends year over year as well as a 5-year change. We see that assets has increased over both the 5-year and year over year review and of analysis. That's largely driven by cash and investments, and then our focus on really stewarding that well and growing that to the extent possible. The liabilities have gone down. That's largely driven by debt repayment and restructuring of bonds to really reduce the expenditure of interest and to achieve savings that we're able to do. And then that bottom line, that owner's equity or net position, we're seeing that improve pretty significantly over the 5-year period and as well year over year. Okay, next slide is really looking at our operating revenue and we say plus state appropriations, because the interesting thing in governmental accounting is that, you know, almost every institution, if you look at a operating profit or loss, it's a loss because almost every public institution especially has state appropriations that are such a core component of our operations. We can see here that our overall net tuition and fees is indicated on the, you know, color coded on the red. We have been seeing a decline in that area over the 5-year period, a little leveling off now, but still slight decline, followed by grants and contracts. We have a later slide to cover that. Auxiliary enterprises, which did have growth in the current year. Looking back, we're in that weird time frame now when we look back on 5 years and we're looking back at COVID. So obviously there was a lot of anomalies in the performance of institutions during that time period. And we're seeing more of a full recovery now that's been maintained in those operations. And then other revenues, other operating revenues and expenses. One thing I will point out, you can see that's a small, in the overall scheme of things, that's a small piece of it. But as Kristen had noted, we did restate FY 24, 23, and 22, but 21 and 20 are not, for those internal sales eliminations eliminated and adjusted in here. And then finally, our state appropriations, where we've seen significant growth and support from the state, but just keep in mind that much of that is targeted one-time funds or specific to a certain thing and don't necessarily contribute to the overall revenue stream available for the operations of the university. All right, so taking a closer look at grants and contracts, I think we reported last year that was a significant jump in that overall revenue stream compared to the prior year. And we were wondering if that was an anomaly with just the timing of grants kicking off. What we saw is that was maintained mostly in fiscal 24. We have the asterisks on this slide to point out that in state grants and contracts, this also includes not just the sponsored grants and contracts that are coming from the state, but additionally, it covers includes state work study and the Washington aid grants, Washington College grants and those types of things. So within the state grant component, we did see overall a decline and a slight decline in the local as well. Federal did grow, but we were offset. It's interesting in the state component because while overall it was down, the Washington College aid grant component was up. So just pointing out, there's a little bit of a difference than what you may see research reporting on in this category. Moving on to our operating expenses, this pie chart gives you a glimpse. Again, I think it's very reflective of what Leslie shared in the budget template, where you can see that, overall, overwhelmingly, the largest component of our operating expenses is salaries and benefits. And then followed by services, supplies, utilities. We see depreciation and financial aid expenditures that are reflected in the composition of this as well. The next slide gives us that 5-year horizon, so we can see our performance worked over the last year over year, as well as over a 5-year horizon. And we can see that we've had growth in salaries and benefits. Interestingly, the FTE change in between FY 20 and 24 was only 1%, but year over year, we saw a little bit, it was more of like a 4% change in that staffing, as well as obviously benefit increases and salary increases that have taken place over the course of this time.
Angie, that's full-time equivalent to employees across the whole system.
Yes.
So I'll just say people, humans, generally 1% growth in that period, but the dollars have been much more.
Yeah, it's more
rapid.
like 6% year over year, 14% over that time horizon, with the compounding of those annual increases that happen, as well as the staffing changes. And this is isolating. When I mentioned the staffing changes, we are really looking specifically at graduate assistant, faculty, and then the permanent civil service classified employees and the AP employees. We're not looking at temporary student employees. They're not in those figures.
Do you have a sense of what your kind of incremental benefit increases have been year over year?
We lumped that in. I think it was.
I'm just wondering, I don't know how that works for.
Yeah, it is one of the interesting things that we experience is that I know it's been mentioned several times today, the OPEB, the pension, those retirement plans, based on the actuarial adjustments, they can have a positive or a negative impact on our benefits number. And in the last 2 years, they positively reduced our benefits by 44 million. I kind of call it monopoly money because in reality, it's actuarial valuations. It's not real money going out the door. So in reality, the real money going out the door is higher than what we're reflecting here. But we did see year over year, that was really close to what we saw in salaries and wages with about a 6% increase.
Yeah, and you can see that, Regent Dickinson, if you dig into the actual financial statements, there is a note that splits the financial statements by both functional classification and natural classification. You can see the benefit change over time.
6%.
It is right at
6%
six. I just
between
calculated
23
it.
and 24.
That's where I will just add this, when we think in terms of our core funds and our fund split challenge with the state, when they don't fund 100% of those changes, then we have to cover that differential.
And as Leslie was describing, we also have our pie is showing our functional expenses. If we take instruction, research, public service, and academic support, that comprises, those areas comprise about 54% of our total functional expenditure. And of course, embedded within each one of those are those natural classifications. So each one of them will have salaries and wages as an example, and benefits as one of their leading primary expenses, as well as all the other expenditures that we just reviewed.
Your auxiliary in that 172 million, what's incorporated into that? Obviously, you have.
That's athletics, housing and dining, Cougar Health, parking and transportation. There are some smaller ones, the bookie, a few other things are in there, but the big ones are those four. While we're on this slide, I want to point out, you see depreciation as an expense. You know, depreciation is not cash out the door, but it is the representation of the accumulating deferred maintenance at our campus. So it is there, and that is a challenge that we have moving forward.
The next slide just again gives us.
Can I go back to say,
Absolutely.
does that include, I think residence halls are separate, aren't they?
They are included in this depreciation. This is all of our physical facilities across the system.
Oops. This stacked bar gives us a comparison with those functional areas. As a percentage of the total, they remain relatively unchanged, you know, maybe changing a percentage here or there, but over the horizon, the composition of each of those functional areas remains about the same, and then they're just growing commensurately with how our expenses are increasing.
I know Matt realizes I'm about to say something.
We have
So
it. It's one of our favorite
yeah,
topics.
it's something that I think requires some review. Kristen, oh, she left me.
Yeah.
She's back there. How we classify our expenditures by function is not audited. Whether it's instruction, research, public service, correct?
No, we compare it.
You
but we
compare.
don't filter it.
So, and this is a challenge because this information becomes our iPads information. We talked about iPads in an earlier meeting where we send it off to the federal government and you can compare it to any other institution. There's not a lot of rigor around what gets put in each one of these buckets. There is a regulation from NACUBO, which tells you this is this, this is this, but it is still the institution's work to put things in these buckets. And I do think that we owe ourselves a little bit more scrutiny about what we are classifying as instruction, what we are classifying as research. Where I think that we may be the most challenged is in institutional support, which is overhead, which is the president, which is me, which is development, that kind of thing. I think it's natural and almost obvious that something like IT, well, that's overhead, but it's not really, because IT is the classroom in the equipment in the classroom. It is how we transmit classes for global. It is the students' information system where their coursework is held. So we have some work to do to make sure we are really aligning these things in the right function. And why is that important? If the auditor doesn't zero in on it, well, iPads is where US News and World Report gets their information. So when they do something like say what is the dollar amount of the resources that faculty or students have available, they're picking it up out of this. And if we're not putting it in the right bucket, we may be doing ourselves a disservice by not actually knowing that everything that is allocated in the appropriate place. So we have work to do there.
This is the space where some other universities have been very aggressive with how they define their allocations to significantly increase the perception of institutional support for your teaching and research. And that shift can make a real difference in rankings and a number of areas, not issues, just.
Yeah, it's meaningful.
Is public service out of extension?
Some, that is part of it. Yeah. Some of our grants are tagged as public service versus research as well. But that's one that I would say we need to probably look at the closest because it's changed the most over since the implementation of Workday.
Maybe just to connect the dots as we proceed with our retreat education, the communication part of this is so important. The why we care about these things aren't just because we're trying to watch every penny. The why has implications into the federal reporting, the ranking, the reputation. So there are ripple effects. And so while there might be perception that, there's extreme control, that's not the real why. The why is it matters. And that's a communication challenge. I guess all of us, I've just experienced it over many years, and it would be helpful when these points come up, we just highlight them and share broadly.
This actually brings us to the end of the FY 24 financial review. We'll have some ratios that we'll walk you through after this little section. But just again, to recap, overall in our strengths, we have seen operating revenues increase and strong state funding support. We continue to face the challenges that operating expenses outpace the increase in operating revenues and state appropriations. And that, as we mentioned, many of those state appropriations are targeted to specific new activities or purposes and cannot be used for just our general operations. And that tuition revenue has continued to decline with enrollment, helped a little bit by tuition increases, but that's not necessarily what we like to see for the benefit of the student. All combined, again, these factors do put a matter of emphasis on the operations and condition of the institution as budgetary considerations are reviewed.
And I think as we look ahead to planning 26, we're taking in the results of 24, looking at year-to-date activity and 25 trends. And then, of course, the discussions in Olympia right now probably add another layer of pressure on here that we've benefited from growing state support the last few years. If that turns the other direction, I think 26 will mean more planning opportunities and pressures. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so we want to transition to, how's everybody doing? We doing okay? There's a lot of numbers. Hopefully everybody's sticking with us. We want to take a minute from a board perspective. This is really useful. We try to just pick a few ratios that help us track financial health over a longer perspective. We've added a little extra detail this year to look at the ratios over a shorter time period versus peers and benchmarks, and then to look at a 10-year trend on that as well, because some of these are quite interesting when you see those. So the first one we'd like to track every year is spendable cash and investments compared to our operating expenses of the university. So this is our working capital, our cash and investments that we're able to keep the university running every day. And a few observations here, compared to 75 public higher education institutions that are ranked roughly equivalent to WSU by Moody's credit rating service, you can see that we are below in this ratio, just historically below that level from where most higher education institutions are as far as their cash and investments and working capital compared to operating expenses. We also, Leslie and I talk a fair bit about the 2018 on this slide, that is a pretty low number for WSU. And when we flash this open and look at 10 years, you see what was a really difficult time for the university when you look at 2016-17 with those numbers dipping so low. That was a result of spending more money than you brought in every year, and that just chipped away at the spendable cash and investments for a number of times. You see the 3-year financial recovery effort in there that started that trend coming back up to where we are now. And so some positive growth there. But we need to continue to watch that very closely. The protocols Leslie's put in place to ask that we coordinate and approve use of fund balances before they get spent connects directly to this slide, that we wouldn't be surprised and find ourselves in a place where a unit has liquidated a large amount of fund balance and all of a sudden our working capital of the university is in jeopardy.
Yeah, I'll also point out, you'll see, the financial recovery was the years 18, 19, and 20. You remember that 2019, 2020, pre-COVID, COVID happened later in that year at the end of the fiscal year, but that was the highest level of enrollment across the WSU system. So that is the peak of the enrollment. Also, it seems strange that our financial condition improved in COVID. Why? The federal government provided higher education emergency relief funds. And so those dollars came in, and that is really what helped the situation. And of course, those dollars were one time in nature, and they have been spent down or being spent down. But I just want to point out that is why that changed that much. Probably with the financial recovery, you would have seen the continued growth from the outcome of that. But the big ramp up is the higher education emergency relief funds.
So the next ratio is somewhat connected to that, because you heard me talk about looking at our current year revenues compared to our current expense. That's what the operating margin is defined by Moody's does for us. It looks at our total operating revenues plus state operating appropriations. It compares that to our expense every year. Again, we see that funky outlier that we talk about every year at FY22. That was a result of the federal COVID support dollars happening there. And this is something we watch closely. We would love to see this stay above zero if we could, not only to be more comparable with industry benchmarks, but also that's a sign if we're spending more than we're bringing in every year, we're starting to bring that working capital back down again, like we saw on the other slide. So we were at negative 0.2% last year. Now at negative 0.4, those are not huge percentages, but we don't love that downward trend right there.
Well, and it's not sustainable. I mean, over time, that means we will spend the university's fund balance down to where there is no fund balance. This is something that we have to look at reversing and getting back into positive territory over time.
And how to build resilience in. So none of this talks about those parameters yet.
I'd like to just follow up, I'm processing a little bit and want to make sure I heard maybe Matt, you say something along the lines of Leslie is asking for, communication and coordination on fund balances. I might even say ask, or that communication would be stronger. And so do you feel like you've gotten the support from your team to make sure that working capital is a big deal? And
I think that there's a lot of education still to be done about what that means to manage the working capital of the institution. I mean, we talked earlier in the meeting about the core fund carry forward. Your eyes lit up when you saw that it was less than 90 days. We do have dollars in the non-core. I mean, this is all related. So when we have units that are operating within a deficit, or we have, even the normal operation of our grants and contracts, I think that maybe the campus community doesn't understand. When we have a federal grant, we spend the dollars and then we go and get the dollars, but it's after the fact. So we have to continually manage the cash, knowing that that is always in arrears. Matt's team in Treasury has developed scenario analysis where we can plug in these factors of use of dollars over a 12-month period and see how it goes up and down based on 10 years worth of data in there. And that's really helpful to understand, because our cash flow is incredibly cyclical. It is when students pay tuition. We are fortunate that our state dollars, we can bring those in every month, a 12th of those funds, but the rest of it really is very cyclical, and managing around the peaks and valleys of that across the fiscal year is challenging. But I don't think that we've done enough to explain that to our units. We also are not very clear with units to explain the difference between recurring dollars and non-recurring dollars. Spending non-recurring dollars in a recurring way is devastating. And that will end us if we continue to do that. And so that's where we're really clamping down on the use of carry forward. It cannot be for recurring needs.
Let's see, there's a role here. It can't just be Leslie's office, right? So, I'm technically responsible for what, 660 million or something. When somebody is making a budgetary request to spend down, it goes to Leslie. And then we talk it out and sometimes fight it out, just figure out what it is. but to be honest, we are right now going through the process of the provost office diving into each of the college's budgets, not from a narrative perspective or from a budget, a budget presentation perspective, but actually ripping apart the accounts and we're finding some things. And so I think this is an area where there's always, if you take the different individuals who control the different units of cost of money, when you've got a good relationship between the two and you both realize where you need to move and it's okay. But that's always contingent on each one of those pieces working together in the same direction, right? It can't just be held together by one piece. So I've been a little bit surprised how disconnected the provost office was from actual college budgets over the past few years, which puts some real risk on a bunch of stuff could be happening and you don't really determine it. You wouldn't know it necessarily for a little bit of time. So I think we're closing that gap, but there's a lot to be done there.
Okay, we'll jump ahead to kind of our last ratio we looked at for operating performance reflects tuition discounting. This is a slide. We wouldn't say this methodology for this ratio calculation is perfect, but it is a measure of how we're comparing the amount of discounting we provide compared to other public institutions. And you can see over time, WSU tends to run a little bit high compared to other universities as far as discounting. FY21 being a little bit artificially high with those extra federal aid dollars that came in associated with COVID. So certainly an opportunity there. And as we see it over 10 years, then you see that growing from being in kind of the mid to high 30s 10 years ago, now consistently over 40% discounting. So probably some opportunity as we look at how we leverage our waivers, our scholarships, our federal aid dollars in a way that makes the most meaningful impact to help students and their families accomplish their educational goals while encouraging more students to attend WSU with that kind of support.
So for example, would something like the Washington College grant be included in this?
Yeah.
So I think from students this year, there's a lot of question around if it's going to be maintained, if it's going to be reduced. If that were to happen, would we see this change or would we see tuition fill in? I guess you would see the discount change,
The
but
discount would come down.
the total amount to WSU would not change.
It would go up by the tuition increase,
Okay.
so long as enrollment was the same number.
So having seen this for the first time this week, discount means underwritten tuition, is that what this means?
Right,
Yeah, okay.
right. This is where we have offered an incentive for the student to be here. And that's both resident and non-resident students.
Thanks.
I will tell you, before I came to Washington State University, I was at a private institution and our discount rate was pushing 60. South Carolina is much lower. In turn, the discount rate is minimal because there was an intentional focus on bringing in non-resident students who would pay full freight.
Can you say that again, please?
South Carolina, over time, for many years, a lot of institutions in the Southeast focused on non-resident student recruitment because non-resident students pay more than resident students.
I think we have that in this state as well.
Definitely with international students.
After we say, international students.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
You said that was the last ratio. That's not.
No, that was our last
Oh, okay.
operation.
Gotcha.
ratio.
Okay.
Angie's gonna talk about a couple more.
This one I think is very similar to something that Leslie shared earlier, where we're looking at our debt burden. We can see that we have been on the downward trend of that when we look at that on the 5-year horizon. And then looking at our 10-year view. We can see that we did have a bit of a spike back in 2018, but it has been coming down. And again, that it's coming down in part due to the bond restructuring, the things that we're doing to really achieve savings opportunities, as well as paying down debt. And then the last one that I will cover is age of plant. And again, looking at a 5-year horizon, this is really reflecting the age of the campus and then the deferred maintenance that is inherent with having an older campus and the needs of improvements and maintenance in those older buildings.
And this is just math. This is accumulated depreciation divided by annual depreciation. So, you know, the best way to eliminate depreciation is to take down facilities. I mean, that works out great for you if you do. Obviously, we need our facilities, but this is a mathematical number. This is not any type of facility condition. I can see Olivia's name looking at me on the screen. I know
Yeah.
she's just sitting there dying to say something, but this is not facilities condition. And I mentioned earlier that depreciation is not cash out the door, but it is a representation of the loss of value of each asset over the course of the year.
And to support what Leslie said, while this is mathematical, some of the inputs to that do reflect strategies you could take. So if you were able to take an older building that was fully deferred out and fully accumulated, depreciated on the books and take that offline, you would see this number drop a little bit. If you made a sizable investment in new facilities or refurbishing existing facilities, you would see that depreciation number start to creep up. So those kind of planning assumptions we'd hear Olivia talk about from a facility strategy perspective do kind of plug into this ratio over time. So it's a nice kind of barometer to see how things are going there.
And I would say, you know, this is something that certainly our faculty and staff feel across the system is that we know that some of our facilities are past their useful life and need attention.
It's capital equipment as well.
Yeah, that includes the
Yeah,
equipment.
it does.
Yeah, but
And
that
it's the-
depreciates really fast. Equipment, the
And it is-
timeline is really fast.
Leslie, when you said that the plant may need attention,
Mhm.
help me tie that to depreciation.
So we have a deferred maintenance challenge, as does all of higher education. Olivia, are you listening? Can you come off of mute if you're there? I don't want to say the number without it being right, but I mean, we have there you go. Olivia, what would you say? Our
Can you hear me? Right now, we're looking at about 1.8 billion across the system. Can you hear me?
Yes, Olivia, we can hear you. Thank you. So, yeah.
And, you know, I don't want to assume anything, but I know what the answer is going to be, at least I hope I do, but, I mean, obviously, all life, fire, safety is addressed and.
Health, health and safety first and foremost, for sure. And then, you know, I will say, there's been some additional work that Olivia's office has done and Kim Kristen's office and research have done of showing a heat map. We've done it just of Pullman right now. Where are research dollars generated? By looking at the physical campus map. Where are the credit hours generated? Looking at the physical campus map. And guess what? Those are the things we need to address the first, because that's where the revenue comes from. Same thing in terms of housing and dining. You know, we need to focus on where dollars can come from. That's a challenge with age of plant, because some of our housing facilities have frankly aged out. The housing facilities that are older tend to be the ones that produce the most revenue, because there's less going back into the operation of that. So all of that together has to be looked at.
Let's see, where do you factor in then the fees and lack of compliance with our state's climate pledge?
That's a
So those millions and millions. or
yeah,
something else?
that's a whole different thing. I'm glad
That's
you
not
brought
part
that
of
up. That's
depreciation.
not part of that. No.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mark, what Regent Dickinson is referring to with some of the climate commitment and Clean Building Act items that follow us. If you look at the Pullman campus particularly, we are powered, our heat is natural gas, and there's really not an alternative right now to make that change.
And there's no incentive. We'll be fined for that, correct?
I hope not.
We are purchasing carbon credits right now every year, and we'll see that in the FY25 performance as a variance that comes with those credits.
I'll be interested for a different time to Glenda about that, because again, I continue to really struggle with understanding that these at the end of the day are the state's buildings, are they not?
Yes.
And so the state potentially is finding itself or not. So doesn't that all kind of go in the same system? Okay, so I want to make sure, because that's a big number.
Yes,
It's a really big number.
it's bigger than our deferred maintenance number.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So, okay.
Does that fall on the risk registry at all? If our enterprise risk?
There is climate, there is an item there. I'm not sure that that's been fully fleshed out.
Well, that's just very interesting.
Charl is up tomorrow. I know she's behind me, but Charl is up
When you
tomorrow
hear
morning.
that it's bigger than the depreciation number, I think that impact is important. And we'll need to work with Glenda and Chris on how we communicate that at the state level.
Really good.
Okay. The last thing we want to cover quickly is, in accordance with Board of Regents Policy 5 on debt management, we bring a formal report once a year to talk about our debt management and structure. We all had an opportunity to look at that debt policy last spring as we made some edits to that document. We appreciate the board's review and approval of that. So a few things we wanted to talk about. We have done some refunding in the last year. The policy allows and delegates to the CFO's office to perform refunding or refinancing of the university's debt, as long as we don't change the term. So we can't extend out the period for which we'll pay for the debt, but we can do it in order to achieve savings. So during 2024, our great treasury team did 2 refundings in FY24 for 1.3 million at almost 6% net present value savings to the university, and another refunding at $1 million or 7.5% net present value savings to the university. And then recently, although this happened in fiscal year 25, we wanted to share some good news here. We just completed a very large refunding. 2015 was the university's single largest debt issuance in its history, all at one time. And we've been able now to refund parts of that debt. We're able to save $12.7 million on that refunding, or about 10%. So great team working on that. Our treasury team, led by Arthur Witten. PFM is our independent financial advisor, as well as a group of underwriters that helped us on that transaction. So that's really positive news to have that money back, and we'll experience that savings over the next 3 fiscal years. Those savings will go back to the university.
And this one was complicated in that it was an advanced refunding. The bonds actually were not callable until 2025, but we did the refunding in 2024 and then delayed them until 2025 delivery so that we could take advantage, because we honestly didn't know pre-election what was going to happen to interest rates, and we wanted to grab the savings while they were available.
This is really off. I mean, I think that, like, we have to always like to stop and celebrate, right? Because we're talking about big numbers, but I mean, this is a great savings.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you for that. Other thing we've done in the treasury managed area, the university uses underwriters. These are basically banks who help sell your bonds. We have a pool of underwriters. We did an RFP to refresh that pool. We had 19 different firms respond to be in that pool. We did a selection, and those companies are shown here. Bank of America, Barclays, Ramirez and Company, Stifel, and Wells Fargo were selected to be in our pool. And now for the next several years, we'll be able to use any one of those individual institutions to help us with debt needs in the future. For this particular refunding transaction, Barclay was the senior manager, along with Ramirez and Company and Wells Fargo. An interesting side note that we were excited about through the RFP is we were able to reach out to some minority-owned investment banks. Ramirez and Company was formed in 1971, the first Hispanic-owned bank in the United States. They're in the top 10 now as far as bond activity, and they were a great addition to our team, helping us with this transaction. So that's kind of a fun side note there. We've seen most of these slides in the budget book presentation, so we're going to move through these a little bit quickly if that's okay with everybody. Here is, again, our debt payoff. We'll pay off about 60% of our outstanding debt in the next 10 years. Interesting enough, though, our debt service currently is structured so it's a little more flat into time there, so we don't achieve quite as much savings as far as an annual debt service cost as we pay off the debt, because of the way that was structured previously. And then a reminder, we are involved with 2 rating firms for the university, Moody's Investor Services and S&P Global. Both of those firms in September renewed the university's credit rating at a stable level. That's shown here on this slide at an AA3 on Moody's, and then 1 step lower rating on S&P. And then the graph is the right. It's just shown to help give you a representation between all of the public universities in the United States that are rated by Moody's. We can see where we kind of fall from a rating perspective compared to those other universities. So our takeaways from a debt perspective, nothing new, really grateful and excited about being able to strategically save some money on our debt portfolio over the last 18 months. And a reminder that any new debt would come here in front of the board, and we would look to be very strategic and thoughtful about how we use that very limited resource, and always look for a renewable, sustainable resource or revenue to pay for any new debt that we take out. Okay, that's a lot. That's FY 24.
Let me just say that was only number 2. 21 more items to go. This second, which was a fantastic overview. I would like to point out also that that was the 2024 annual report. There was a 6-month lag time, right? Fiscal year end to today's report. And I just maybe wanted to pause and say that's a reflection of the complexity and also the improvements that leadership has been making over the last 6 months. And I just want to say thank you. That was like snapshot backwards. Now, performance to plan,
Right.
which is our 2025 view of year to date, is our next item.
Right.
Are y'all
And if you
okay?
yes, and if you can change our presentation on the screen to the fiscal year 25 financial performance update. Regent Ramos, I want to point out what you just said was really important, because our financial lives are always 3 years at a time. So we are always looking at the year that just ended and reporting on that. We are in the year that we are in budget execution on and managing performance to the plan, but then we are also in planning for the next fiscal year. So we always have a 3-year span of years that are going on at any given time. At some point in the future, when our ability to plan and budget matures, our budget should not be a single year, should be a multi-year out. We're just frankly not quite yet there yet.
That's the long-range business planning aspiration. So I think, you know, we're in an opportunity-rich environment. So thank you.
I think we're just waiting for the slides to pop up, and they do start, as they always do, when we're talking about performance to plan with the budget, though I've shown that to you earlier today. This is the $1.3 billion budget. I continue to show that to you, if only because we don't change the budget all the time. You need to know this is the budget that was put in place at the beginning of the year, and we're monitoring to that throughout the year. Both Chris Jones and Matt are going to walk through this performance update. The clicker though, I'm gonna skip us ahead. Interesting. All right, there we go. And this is the performance report through December 31st. So this is 6 months of the current fiscal year.
Sure. So we'll go ahead and start with this slide. We've been updating this for you every time you meet. So now we're halfway through the fiscal year. And what this is showing in this view is our annual budget of 671 million for this fiscal year, compared to last year's fiscal year budget of 640 million. And then what's our spend rate on the core funds? Year-to-date expenditures, we've spent about 49% of our core funds budget halfway through the year. Just a slightly higher clip than last year, but pretty much in alignment with expectations there.
And for those of you newer to our reporting, you know, you would think, oh, you should be at 50%, you're ahead of budget. No, our spending really occurs between September and the earliest part of May, so really through April, because the 12 months is not as meaningful for us as it would be.
Fiscal year is 30 June.
Yes.
So I'll start on this one. Leslie mentioned earlier the cyclical nature of some of our revenue sources, such as tuition. We also talked about discounting, and we can talk about both of those in the context of this information here. So what this is showing again is our annual budget for this fiscal year was 244.1 million for net tuition. That second bar you'll see is much higher, so about 17 million higher. This is the tuition that's been charged to our students. So spring charges went out in December. Not all of that's been collected yet. So you see the collected amount is about half of that, mostly reflecting what was collected for fall. The reason it's higher than our budget is what you're not seeing are all the discounts such as tuition waivers that happened after December. So if we look at January data, we're already seeing more discounts. So we expect that 261 million to go lower, but we still expect to be on track to meet our budget of 244 million this year, slightly lower than last year, take into account a slight enrollment decline.
In fact, to support Chris, as of Monday, the total build is now right in line with the budget level where it expected to be, so.
And that's a nice thing that we're doing this monthly now, because we can see that change over time and we know, oh, that's to be expected. The tuition revenue, of course, is coming from our student enrollment, and this slide is not new. It's exactly what you saw in November at the other Seattle meeting. This is fall enrollment. We will update this with our spring enrollment at our March meeting. We're too early into the term to have that census data yet, but that's coming shortly, but you've seen this before. The good news here is the new student enrollment is what's showing the increase over time. So we did have more first year students in the fall of 23 and in 24. But our total fall enrollment, it is down overall. We planned for that. It was budgeted. The challenge, of course, is seen here. It's primarily on our undergraduate students. We did add this though, and there's another couple of slides here. This is the credit hour generation, because again, that is our unit of measure really. And of course, it is parallel to the student enrollment, but we're going to speak to you in terms of the credit hours a little bit more robustly, because we wanted to show you this by college, and we don't have it here yet, but by campus where those changes are occurring. So again, this is just fall. By the March meeting, we will show you the spring in addition to that. But again, we had planned for an overall decline in the enrollment, even though that first year class came in at a higher number, and Frank, our transfers did as well. You want to add anything here while I'm sitting at the colleges?
No, I just think we're 1 year away from we're bringing in larger classes and we're passing through the smaller classes. This, when you look at this piece, you can look at the 1 year change, you can look at the change since 2019, and then you can look at the ups and downs in each one of them. Essentially anything which is over 22%, you wonder, if you adjust everything and take the negative 22% out, then that gives you performance in different places. And so you can see where arts and science is a bit of an anomaly, it's going to track the university as a whole because it can add. But you can look in different areas and ask the question, okay, why is, vet med is under dramatically, that 22% mark. Boylan is a little bit under that, Carson is far under that, but then you get the pharmacy or something like that, and you start going well above it. And that starts to give you an idea of places of where there might be in terms of the long-term system.
Another thing we're tracking closely is sponsored grant revenue. On this slide, unlike what you saw in the all funds financial statements, we have excluded the state work study and the Washington College program to get down to more of a sponsored view. And this is something working closely with Christian in the Office of Research to monitor this. 287 is how we finished last year without those aid programs included, trending slightly ahead of where we were through 6 months last year. And these grant revenues don't necessarily have a pattern to them. So we'll just continue to watch that month to month. You can see last year, we weren't quite at 50% last year through, as Leslie noted, but then had a pretty big spring on spend on research. We'll continue to watch that. Closely related to that, Leslie mentioned earlier when we talked about working capital at the university that for most of our grants, we do spend the money first and then we need to reimburse that. And so monitoring receivables from those sponsors is really important to us. That's been a focus point for us the last 2 years. You've seen a drop there in the total receivables outstanding. That's due to a really effort to ramp up invoicing and ramp up collection of those funds. So continue to watch this. Our sponsored program services office also breaks this down into an aging, so they can look at how long it's been since an invoice has been paid by a sponsor.
I'll take it. So this one is indirect cost recovery. Again, these are facilities and administrative cost recoveries on grants. So it's revenue coming back to the university into a unique fund. We see these tracking higher compared to last year, 22.2 million year to date. Again, tracking with our higher grant revenues overall. Administrative fees and interest, there's several different fund sources in this category. I'll mention probably the two biggest ones. One is an administrative service charge. We assess on certain revenue generating activities. The prime example there would be housing and dining revenues. Another significant source, especially significant in the last few years where interest rates were historically high, our interest returns or returns on investments. We've seen higher returns on those. So we're still tracking higher than last year in both of those categories I just mentioned. We expect at some point to see the interest returns lower, commensurate with reductions in the federal funds rate. But again, we're on budget. You see, we set our budget slightly higher than last year's. We're at 33.3 million. And we've collected about 20.6 million already halfway through the year.
I want to make sure we all understand that's interest income on the working capital that's in the bank. So all of our dollars are earning interest. And as those dollars also come down because we're spending down some of the carry forward, there will be less dollars in addition to any potential interest rate changes.
Looking at our core funds expenditures, the use of those funds mid-year compared to last year, salaries and wages, the primary expenditure, along with benefits on core funds, we're tracking about 3.4% higher on salaries and wages. Again, we had a 3% increase for our civil service or classified staff on July 1st, and we had a 2% salary increase for faculty staff on October 1st. So that's going to explain some of that trend there. We were expecting some increases in cost for benefits. One example is the PEV rate, which is the health insurance rate we pay for our employees. You'll see some larger differences online, such as goods and services, purchase services. We have been digging into those a little bit. From what we've seen, a lot of these are one-time unique activities that happened at the beginning of the year. And I'll give you one example is the marketing campaign was mentioned earlier. That's a significant expenditure. That's going to hit, I believe, the purchase services line there. We saw some uses of funds to pay off some unique account deficits. So we have to spend that money to do that. So again, we've looked at those trends and believe a lot of those are unique and one-time in nature, but we'll continue to track that.
There's good news on this slide, though. Anytime you see a negative number with utilities, celebrate.
Yeah, good call out.
And keep your fingers
I know,
crossed,
it's like,
right?
please don't be a really cold winter.
Similar view that Chris has talked about, looking across all funds of the university, up 4% on salary and wages year to date versus last year. And then payment suppliers up 13%. There is a little bit of noise in that. We've had a fair bit of capital activity happening on our campuses the last several months, which is driving that number up. Of course, when we move to all funds accrued financial statements, that will get capitalized and moved out. A significant variance there is the demolition of the Crudeville Hall on Pullman campus. That's kind of a unique event that we don't do very often at 1.8 million. And then purchase services up a little bit. One of the big variances there is some payments to one of our educational service providers that happened a little bit late for fiscal year 24 and bled over into 25. And if I could just say, this is pretty cool, right? We instituted a monthly financial performance check-in, and this is a sign that it's working. So Angie's going through the financial variances. She notices something. I messaged the area finance officer in a college last night to say, hey, we're seeing this. Is this what you would expect? They confirmed that we're all seeing the same thing. And now we're connected from the Central University all the way into the college that the variances we're seeing are accurate and understood. That's really positive as we have an integrated financial planning approach. we've talked about salaries similar to what Chris said, with most of this driven by the mass salary increases that have happened year over year, plus some changes in our head count and numbers over time. And I think this is a point of emphasis for us as we continue to build out our month-to-month performance analysis is getting into those head count and being able to follow those trends on our positions and head count even more closely than we do today.
And the faculty number being below what the salary increase was. Thoughts on that? It's a less faculty or moving to the less expensive faculty in some units.
You know, it's interesting, and I don't want to speak for Chris's OSPA group, but as we look at the snapshot of fall number of head count versus fall of 23 head count, new faculty was up about 0.7%. So that it would be a really interesting analysis, Chris, that we're up slightly, but something's going on with the mix.
Well, we could have been transitioning in tenure track to career track, or simply more senior to more junior. I mean, if you have a full go out at X salary, bring back an assistant, be interesting, but at least that's not over the 2%. So that's a good sign.
That's a great point.
Well, before you leave that, the grad assistant, the change there is pretty significant. Of course, that's the result of the bargaining contract. But we are down in grad assistants. We have about 90 less than we did this time last year. So that shows you what the significant change was in that.
And at the current contract number, it's inevitable that is going to continue. Nuts and bolts grad numbers went up as a cheap labor force for decades and decades. They're now considerably more expensive than a career track faculty member, or in some cases, an assistant professor tenure track when you equate workload out. And that you're going to have a normal decision-making structure there. This is not an easy way to teach classes. It's a very inefficient way.
So some takeaways. I won't read this slide. I would just say that at a high level, we're grateful we're doing these monthly check-ins. It's helpful to monitor these trends. Spend and use of core funds budgets trending right where it would have been for last year. That's a good thing. Our revenue sources are trending where we'd like them to be today. So those are some good things for monitoring.
Cool, so that was performance to plan. Now we're gonna click down into a different action or different information item.
Right.
And that is in your organization, Leslie, or descriptions of what.
Right, and if you folks can change that to the business and financial services presentation. At our November meeting, we had the opportunity to have Chief Jenkins from law enforcement and Olivia Yang from facilities not present any item for action, but really to talk about their organization and what they do and what their reach is. I wanted Matt to have the opportunity to do the same thing for business and financial services, because I think that you see him at every meeting. And you obviously know that he's involved with our financial operation, including the controller's office, but I don't think you know the depth of all the offices that report up to him and what he is involved with. And so he has developed a brief overview of what his organization actually does. I think they're looking forward.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And if I could start by just expressing gratitude, we have a wonderful team of professionals across business and financial services working in 10 functional areas that you'll see on the slide when it comes up here. And I want to it's an honor to represent them here today. It's a great group of people we work with, and it's a pleasure to work with them every day. So my pleasure to try to represent their work here the best I can.
About how many people is that?
About 150 professionals working across those 10 functions.
You have any jokes?
I didn't prepare those. I don't have those in my time. Thank you.
Next time we're ready.
Because I had a really dramatic intro that's on the first slide. And so that's why I'm pausing, because it was so good.
Slide.
Yeah, it was very nice. Olivia
Matt wanted to have an infographic, and so he spent some time really trying to.
really wanted to have an infographic.
Getting into the space of
Need a good
marketing.
It's like John quoting like some of our secondary colors. If I
And
recall
precise, that was
correctly.
Matt.
Oh, that was Matt?
That was
Oh,
Matt.
that was so sad. That was John.
validity to it.
Okay, Matt.
And
so the
precise.
emphasis
That's right.
We will all remember and precise.
That's right.
So do you know our other secondary colors? I mean, can you give us the entire list or did you only know?
No, I'll need to study that a bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you know them, Chris?
They're called your Pantone.
Do I know?
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, cut one hand.
Right.
Know your Pantone numbers.
Yes, yeah. Somebody keeps accusing me of wearing things that have, cougar on them, but they are actually more purplish or more, yeah, and, yeah. I think she's rude, but I mean, I don't, I'm partially colorblind, and so that's just, mean to pick on me for that.
Okay, well, thank you. And thanks for the team for getting that pulled up. Now I've made a big deal about this slide. It's sure to disappoint. But if you look at the image on the background there, you see that framework and the guidelines that are helping hold up what I assume is a very large canopy. And we like to think about that on that image of being the mission of Washington State University: instruction, research, and public service. In business and financial services across the 10 areas shown down the side, we are working hard to be industry leaders in providing that support framework. From a business perspective, can allow us to be effective in implementing our mission and growing the service that we provide to constituents across the state. So that's who we try to be every day. So how do we put that into words? We tried an infographic, so we'll see how this works. We certainly can't talk about everything we do every day, but some highlights. And I'd phrase it this way. Did you know we manage over a $500 million debt portfolio? Yes, you did know that because we just talked about it. Over the last several years, 12% net present value savings as we've strategically managed down that debt portfolio and managing about $600 million in cash and investments for the university on a daily basis. From a payroll, salary and benefit distribution, about 13,000 unique individuals that we pay and support distributions to every year, valued at $840 million a year in 41 states out of 50 and 4 countries. So significant complexity in keeping us aligned with 41 different states' rules. And we have a wonderful team that focuses on continual process improvement every day, manages our business systems, including the Workday portfolio, and is home of one award-winning grant forecasting system. And we have a group of professionals that manages 14,000 acres of real property every day, and also is involved in planning and optimizing public-private partnerships across the system. We have a group that collects tuition and fees of about $494 million a year at a 99.5% collection rate, which is really good, by the way. And then individually serves about 3,000 students a semester, helping them with a tuition payment plan to achieve their educational goals. We have another wonderful group of professionals that distributes about $857 million in payments a year to suppliers that give goods and services to the university, distributes about 27,000 individual travel reimbursements to employees every year, and negotiates about 1,800 contracts a year on behalf of the university. We have a group working in the post-award research support space that supports 400 grants per single grant account and employee. Interacts with nearly 1,100 principal investigators throughout the year, sends out 1,700 invoices to grant sponsors a month, and brings in about $277 million in revenues to the university. And then we have a group that's responsible for financial reporting and an internal control structure around $3 billion in university assets, also the university's liabilities, and all of accounting for all of our revenues and expenses. And another team that reconciles 34,000 bank transactions a month to keep the university's books reconciled to our bank accounts. And then for fun, we could just sprinkle on top some tax compliance in there. We file about 54,000 required IRS forms for employees, students, and suppliers to the university. So just a little fun to talk about what we are in business and financial services.
And I'll add, and Matt doesn't know this, while we were sitting here today, our Angie's predecessor, our previous controller, was my mentee before I ever came to Washington State University, and she is now the controller at the UCLA Medical System. She sent me a note to thank Matt and his team, Garrick, in our modernization group, because they are helping with UCLA's implementation of Workday. So that's how much our reach is across the United States. And I think that's really important.
Can we charge for that?
We should. My God, we should.
Revenue stream.
Not a bad idea.
That's the land grant.
Agreement, they won't steal any of her.
Well, there is that.
There is
That has come up before.
I like your graph.
Yeah, thank you. It's a nice attempt.
I have a
It's
quick-
finance people trying to be
I
creative.
don't think it's been marketing approved.
No, it's great.
No, this was not marketing approved. We should have done that. So.
It's very good.
Matt, quick question. We pay people in 41 states. I found that very surprising.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's daunting. And that's through COVID that really exploded on us. And
Are
that's
these like research partners or?
just employees working remote in 41 to 50 cities. Mhm.
Employees. Matt's, I think there's actually a slide on this, the sponsored program support, the back office, the post-award group. Most of those folks are not anywhere in our vicinity. They are scattered around the university. I mean, scattered around the United States.
This is not for now. That's really interesting. The infrastructure to support compliance and HR law in 41 different states. I'd just be interested to understand a little bit more in terms of the balance between flexibility and offering hybrid, and the fact that we're a land grant university. It seems like we should live and work in Washington as much as possible.
I think that'd be a great conversation. I would share, we had a great goal setting process for 25, really a lot of energy from our leadership team. And we set a very aggressive set of goals for this year of 25. We've included a copy of those in the Regents materials. That includes 15 major goals and sub goals underneath that. To Leslie, it's super aggressive, but we're pursuing them hard. And if we fall a little bit short, we'll still accomplish great things. Each one of those goals is mapped to the 4 priorities the board has set for this fiscal year, as well as to the finance administration values. And they generally fall into these 4 buckets shown on the slide, but highlight 6 specific sub goals that are intended to help us continue driving our financial performance analysis and understanding our financial health. A major transformation effort to try to help us with our position planning and position budgeting. We've talked a lot about salaries and benefits and that cost, and getting a better handle on how many people we plan to employ and how we have variances throughout the year, as well as a number of goals that are more internally facing for how we can improve our processes. I would say what keeps us awake at night is probably just that growing curve of demand for services, growing complexity, more things to do. And I think that our team is concerned about being able to keep up with that. That's why we're really trying to adopt as much process improvement as we can to stretch every resource we have as far as we possibly can. Then we will be having, as we mentioned, we'll be doing an outside review of our university accounting and financial processes. We're also going to do an outside review of our procurement contracts and accounts payable space. Again, just want to make sure we have the right structures, business processes, resources, skill sets, and abilities that we need to be successful in those areas. If I could wrap up just sharing something that has been really fun for us, and this is not us patting ourselves on the back. This is a shared initiative, but for the last 3 years, we've worked really hard to try to improve in the post-award grant administration and finance space. And it's been fun to see the progress that's been made here. And we'd like to think that we've discovered a little recipe of key ingredients that can be really important in making significant change and improvement. And that starts with great community feedback. In this case, hearing from research faculty and grant administrators about what's not working well, and having that candid conversation about what's painful, and then developing plans to try to address those concerns. It means bringing innovative technology in Workday and other systems to think about doing things with systems we never have before. It means having teams that are willing to redesign their processes, change structures, change job responsibilities that can be hard change, being willing to make those changes to make an improvement. It means working across different units and collaborating, in this case, with the Office of Research, Sponsored Program Services, the modernization team, and many departments across different campuses. And then in this particular case, we're grateful for a targeted investment of some university resources that helped us fill some key positions and help us move forward. So just quickly, let me highlight a few of these here. that if you're on the ground in research at WSU every day, this means something. So before we started this improvement initiative, the average time to get a new grant account created, if you're a faculty member, got a new grant, ready to do my research, I'm waiting for that account to be open so I can spend. The average was more than 33 days wait for that to happen. Today, our standard is 10 days or less. We're currently averaging 3 days for an improvement. So that's pretty good. About a 39% increase there if I calculated that right. Number of invoices sent to sponsors per month was less than 950. Previously, we're sending out more than 1,700 today due to some really great technology improvements there to help that happen faster. Payments received from sponsors is up 40% versus where it was 3 years ago. Number of university bank accounts reconciled was 0 2 years ago. Now it's all of our bank accounts. That's awesome.
And you'll remember our financial statements had that as a significant deficiency. That was a finding.
Yeah. That was a little bit dramatic. Sandy.
That was, yeah,
Sorry.
it really was.
That was a little dramatic. Thank you for clarifying. That was a little bit dramatic. This is important that we bill the sponsor, they send us a big batch of money, and then you have to figure out which grant they were paying you for. So there's this intricate matching process that happens. We had a backlog of $7 million waiting to find the right home, the right match before we're under $1 million day to day now on that, which is where we want to be. Previously, we used to do effort certification on grants. We sent out 11,000 blue pieces of paper across all of our campuses and departments. The average time to finish that work for a department was 139 days to finish that effort certification. And we did it 4 times a year. So you can see the math problem there. That before, on average, someone got it done, we'd already send them the next blue piece of paper to say it was time to do the next one. Today, 0 pieces of paper, all in workday. Average time to complete is 25 days, and we do it 3 times a year. So we reduce the request of our faculty down by 25%. So just the last one to highlight is salary cap. That's a really big deal for the university and NIH. We had some trouble in that space before. We have an automated way to detect and monitor salary cap to make sure we're in compliance with NIH rules and all of our grants in system now. So anyway, just a fun thing to celebrate together with multiple offices that we can do great things to make things better as we come together, work together, and make great choices. So.
I was so excited to see this slide. And I just was all smiles because these were some of the, particularly the ones that are grant oriented, were among the top concerns that I heard from faculty when we did some of our listening sessions. And, you know, it just makes, I really applaud you for getting all this done so quickly. I know it wasn't easy, but it certainly makes a big difference to, you know, our faculty, to the granting agencies, and financially. So kudos.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And again, that's a big team of multiple offices making a difference.
Yeah.
So kudos to all of them.
Now one major challenge is do faculty recognize that this has happened?
Well, that's why in addition to wanting to let them know, I'm hoping that some of them are watching this process and can see it themselves.
Because
But Judy will tell them all.
Okay, I'll work on.
because some of this had been done even when you were doing those listening sessions. I can tell you when you were doing the PPR search, part of that process were complaints, and when you would drill down, what they were referring to was something 4 to 5 years ago, and the belief that it's still continuing. And so we do need to find a way. I mean, this actually would be an interesting graphic to put out there to faculty.
Yeah.
If they even know it's not here.
Well, anyway, it was a great presentation, Matt. Okay.
Well, thank you.
And part of what's great about it also to this point here is that sometimes the facts are different than what the legend is, right? Or the conversation. So while 33 days may have been a lot, from my perspective, 33 days is not a lot. And so 10 is even better. But I think just even understanding baseline data is helpful, and it's helpful for us to continue to support that message that is really tremendous.
Thank you.
I appreciate the connection to our focus areas of fiscal transparency. Continuous quality improvement usually measures flow, productivity, but we haven't really talked about quality and quality improvement, which I think is part of the storytelling here as well. So thank you for all your leadership and just role modeling this to all the other.
So has there ever been any thought of presenting this to faculty? Other than just.
We have.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it is a good story to tell, and then also to encourage that it's not perfect everywhere in this space. There's more opportunities, so hopefully it gives us hope that we can continue to make progress where we still have opportunities to improve.
Okay, we're halfway through on our information items. And thank you. Are you okay to, are y'all okay to move on? Okay, cool. So here is our next topic. FY 26 budget development and a government relations view. So Leslie will be joined by our Vice President for External Affairs and Government Relations, Linda Becker.
Thank you, Regent Ramos. Before we started, Regent Dickinson, I wanted to just follow up on your question about CCA. WSU did submit a request for $200 million in capital funds to support our obligation to the CCA under the Inslee budget.
Okay.
So we're aware of it.
No,
Yeah. Thank you all for having me today, and for Leslie, who's not here, for inviting me to come. I think as we're going through a lot of these conversations around budget development, she had asked me to come in today and do a quick overview of our of the budget process in the state legislature. I have slides, but did I need to do something with them? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I think we're all aware, just from some of the news reports that we've seen, that we're looking at anywhere between a $12 to $15 billion budget deficit over the next 4 years because of flattening tax revenues and growing costs and demand for state services, amongst other things. So as we've been in Olympia having conversations with folks already, this has already been on the topic of the top of our list as we're talking to folks. And I think the state is addressing this internally. They've actually had the previous governor has already implemented a hiring and service contract freeze for their departments. We are not a cabinet level department, so we didn't have the same kind of obligation that the cabinet level departments did. But as we're hearing today, we're taking this very seriously, obviously, and addressing it, as is our team in Olympia. Can I do this, or do you? Okay. Maybe I can do it. There we go. Okay. So I thought for some context, we'd start a little bit talking about what the state budget and the 3 separate pots that we have in the state budget. The biggest one historically is the operating budget, followed by transportation and capital budgets. For example, I mentioned a minute ago, our CTA request came out of our capital budget. The operating budget pays for schools, human services, government operations in general. And historically, that operating budget has funded our COLAs, our new degree programs, academic expansions, and has also funded state financial aid programs like the WAGAP program. Transportation obviously funds our roads, bridges. It has funded our Sustainable Aviation Fuel R&D Center we're working on with Snohomish County during the last biennium. And the capital budget funds the construction of public buildings, parks, housing, other infrastructure that we have. At WSU, the capital budget has funded a lot of our renovations and new construction, including the Schweitzer Engineering Hall, the Knott Dairy infrastructure, our team health education building in Spokane, which is a request that we have for this year. All of these budget numbers that we're seeing up there are determined on our state's revenue sources. So those are kind of broken out in the pie chart above, and our shortfall, as we mentioned earlier, is lagging due to home sales and collections of taxes and capital gains taxes. Go to the next one. Let's see this. We wanted to highlight a little bit, our team wanted to highlight how these funds are allocated across sectors, so we would have an understanding of how the money actually gets out to the institutions. As we've discussed earlier, the Washington State University and our higher ed system in the state of Washington has been highly supported by the state legislature. However, we are competing with other institutions across the state, as you can see. The last cycle, the whole higher education sector received $5.9 billion between all of the community and technical colleges, University of Washington, the Washington College Grant, which is an $859 million program, WSU and Western. Our biggest challenge as a higher ed community is that funding is discretionary, which means it is dependent on revenues and is dependent on how the state legislature wants to spend it. Next slide right here. There we go. So just to kind of go through our process a little bit about how WSU's Office of State Relations is engaged in planning. Last spring, we started talking with our internal stakeholders around potential priorities for the biennium. In the fall, we started having conversations with our external stakeholders about these, with you, the Board of Regents, and our leadership at WSU. In December, outgoing Governor Inslee released his proposed budget, which starts the discussion around the legislative funding process. And with the start of our legislative session last week, the team is building relationships. We've had President Schultz in town earlier this week. It feels like last week already. Sorry. We had President Schultz at Olympia earlier this week. We'll have him at Olympia for 3 days next week, along with some of our other leadership as well. And so we will continue to talk about the impact the state budget obviously has on our overall budget and institution at WSU. Slide. So I just wanted to start with talking a little bit, or I wanted to finish with talking a little bit about outgoing Governor Inslee's proposed budget. So you can see our priorities at WSU, what our request was in the operating budget, and what he has put in his proposed budget. Although he's not in office right now, precedent is that the outgoing governor's budget kind of sets the floor for discussion in the next session. So that's what this legislature is working on. I'm looking at Regent Hunt to make sure.
I don't care.
But some key takeaways in this that are really important for us, that are going to be impactful for our budget in particular, is the fact that Governor Inslee did not fund our academic student employees collective bargaining agreement, and did not recommend funding our College of Medicine accreditation. So we have a couple holes there. That doesn't mean that will necessarily be the outcome at the end of the day, but that makes the hill a lot steeper for us to climb when we're in Olympia. He did fund our entirety of our Native American Coug Scholarship, and did partially fund our retention and compensation request. Our number one priority going into Olympia is to focus on compensation and the fund split, and meeting our requirements that we have under the collective bargaining agreement with our academic student employees. And so that will continue to be the conversation that we will have as we're meeting with the governor's staff, as we're meeting with members of the legislature, and actually as we're talking to our stakeholders as well, so that they can understand and advocate for that as well. Our team has already met with the governor's policy staff, and so, which was with Governor Ferguson's policy staff. We're going to meet with them again next week when President Schultz is in Olympia. The interesting thing was they were not aware of the dynamics of the fund split for our funding our cost of living adjustments. So I think there's an opportunity for us to educate them and talk to them about what the impact is on the institution. The other message that we are bringing to the governor's team and to the state legislature as well is that WSU has been a good steward of state funding already. We have had a process where we've had 1, 3, or 5% cuts by unit. We're reviewing our budget. We're going to be looking at this again this year, and any additional cuts that come from the state legislature will be on top of what we're already doing internally. And so ensuring that the new members of the state legislature and the new staff in the governor's office understand what WSU is doing internally to address this, so that there's not another layer of impact on us as an institution, is our number one priority as we're talking to folks. Finally, I just want to get this to work. There we go. There we go. I just wanted to give you all an idea of kind of the timeline we're working under, so you can see. We have cutoffs that come up on policy, on fiscal notes. We have a revenue forecast that will come in probably mid-March that will impact and kind of we'll start the real work on the budget negotiations. all of this has to happen, and I'm gonna use has to happen in quotes, by April 27th, which is when the state legislature is supposed to adjourn. Depending on what happens, they could go into a little bit longer of a session, but our job is to be on the ground in Olympia advocating for WSU, and our team is working really hard on this. In addition to the fiscal issues that we're facing, we are also daily reviewing all of the policy bills that are being released by all the legislature, and working with our team of leadership and experts to get input and impact that policy, things around admissions, around student athletics, around the ability of us to be able to purchase health insurance for our student athletes, because right now we're directly paying for healthcare, and that could be a cost savings for us. And in fact, around the presidential search process as well. So there is a lot of things that pop into this discussion as we're moving forward, and our team is keeping a really tight eye on these things and working with our leadership to ensure that WSU's at the table. Is that helpful for you,
It was
Leslie?
very helpful, and I'm glad that we're on this slide because, we've talked about the Regents approving the university's budget. And we've already set up a meeting on May the 21st, I believe, to do that discussion. You'll see if we don't have a compromised budget on or about April 21, we will not be able to produce the university's budget because there will be such a big impact on our budget from whatever the legislature is doing. So we will use versions of it in planning scenarios along the way, but we will not be able to fully complete our work until they're complete.
But I'm wondering, I'm having dinner with, just by myself with Richelli Peterson and, Ormsby next week. Could I get kind of a one pager?
Yes.
I mean, I can put my.
We have one pagers. I will share the one pagers that we've done for all of our top priorities with all of you. Yes.
Could we go back a slide? Well, I was like, there we go. Okay, so if we were to do a column that says new governor.
He has not released that level of detail of a budget yet. What he has released are priorities, which are broader priorities. And I should have mentioned this earlier. Included in his broader priorities is a 3% across the board cut for all institutions of higher education.
That would, our pro rata share of that would be a little over $10 million.
And compared to what you're showing here, in terms of like governor proposed at about 700 or so, right? 700.
Oh, for this governor, or
Sorry.
for the new governor?
For the existing governor, 700,000 versus.
Yeah, that's 700. That's a biennial
Yeah.
budget there. That's a 2-year budget.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the impact for, what's the comparison? You're saying
From Governor Ferguson's budget, we don't know
the
yet.
3%, you just put.
Oh, right.
10 million
Yeah, that's about 10
versus
million a
Governor
year.
Inslee's.
Right, but he's not done any of this detail
Right.
of what are we funding for retention and compensation for MSI, so none of that work is done yet.
Right.
But just if you look at the top number there, which you can't see because Olivia's name is in the way, that 683 million, if it's thank you. If it's roughly 10 million in round numbers per year, it's 20 million off of that. Because that is, remember, that is a 2-year budget.
Right,
I know
right.
that'd be great if that were a single year
Yes.
budget, it is not.
Any questions or anything else?
Well, I would just add, Ferguson will come out with the budget,
Yes.
and I think, one of his background issues, he's a chess master. And I don't know how much chess he's playing with the budget, but I think getting started, with no new revenue and bare bones and see what falls. I think we'll see a lot different when we get to the end.
Get to the details too.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any idea how we came to that 3%?
No. Yes.
It's.
Yeah. Spaghetti in the wall.
Did you just pull that out of there?
Okay, now we're getting a little, yes.
And
Okay, so I will just ask, well, first, thank you. Really appreciate that update since we just asked for a week or so ago. We are 2 hours into it and we are scheduled to go to about 6 p.m. So we are still 20 some odd items to go. So I would propose a very quick break. Are you okay with that? Yes, 4:45. That's like 8 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
We have
She doesn't worry
I
about
know.
that.
Yeah, that's right.
After 4 o'clock, we gotta replace these chairs with stationary bicycles.
We should have walking pads underneath
Something,
here.
yes.
So they give you ports. But yeah, do you have your charger? So say, there's a.
This is WSU's computer. I've got mine's charged, it's just sitting, I can just swap to that one.
Remember when we were in Seattle last January, all of the mics went out.
Yes.
Because we had been talking, so all the mics went off, so this is fabulous, we can't even talk to each other anymore.
What was the guy on Saturday Night Live? Now the hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, which one? Yeah, it's a. And yes, when you think about our calendar.
Yeah.
Monday, we start working on your meeting because there's no time to not do that. It's such a.
Yeah. This is that.
Yeah.
Know where to go and all that.
We'll find it, yes.
The Regent Budget Ad Hoc Committee, which will be presented by Leslie and Regent Cerna, who is chair of this ad hoc.
We have scheduled a educational. Start the educational process on the budget.
Continue the
To
education
continue,
process.
but
Thank
that's-
you. We've been
that's
doing
not-
that.
I never know if I'm starting or beginning. But anyway, we have that scheduled for February 17th. And that will continue education of the budget. And as we kind of head toward approving, we have a meeting to talk about what else is going to be on the agenda in that budget. And one of the conversations that we had yesterday was kind of to look at scenarios of kind of what we've been talking a bit about here. Not, we've had Governor Hensley who has proposed his budget. We don't know really what Governor Ferguson is going to do yet. We have some ideas possibly. But it also kind of creates a situation for Leslie as far as determining what the final budget will be. But Leslie, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk a bit about what we're looking for on the 17th, but also what else we want to try to do within this process, which is educating all of us as we go through this approval process.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Serna. And I appreciate the additional contribution to what frankly you need to hear in terms of a level of comfort with understanding all of this complexity that makes up this $1.3 billion budget. Added the scenario planning, and we'll have something about that last to the agenda. But in that day, we have a good bit of time, but want to make sure that we're focusing on the highest impact things. So one of those items, I've been talking with Jennifer Klein, our interim VP for Human Resources, about having a discussion about salaries, wages, and benefits, because we talk about that all the time. It is the primary expenditure of the university. But all employees are not the same in terms of what their salary experience has been and what happens in their time here at the university. So Jennifer is developing a discussion around salaries, wages, and fringe benefits. Another thing that I think has come up multiple times today and has previously, but I want to have a little bit more robust conversation around the university's cash and the working capital and what that means. And dive into where we have been and where we are currently and what our plans are and how we're monitoring and managing the university's working capital. In addition to that, some other items that we have considered are bringing Provost Riley Tillman forward to talk about the university's academic unit budgets. Chris, do you want to add anything to that? Because I think you were planning it for today and then we moved that off.
Yeah, we just had so many items today. Yeah.
There's a limit?
No, yeah, no. There are, within the overall structure of the academic budget, there are 2 or 3 spots that are highly concerning. So if you look at the overall, it hides. The most significant one is arts and sciences. It's sadly the most important college for the overall basis of all of the health activity across it. We're looking at somewhere around $3 to $4 million recurring budget deficit in that area. There are parts of that can be focused on. There are parts of it that are going to require some infusion of capital. And we're going through that process right now. But I think it's important to understand what that is and what the real implications are of that. We've got some pretty significant research programs that have honestly been gutted as a part of that, which are concerning to say the least. It also has a really significant impact on UCOR and Gen Ed, broadly speaking. That's an area where we want to think about maybe some flexibility Essentially, we're a university where all our report comes out of arts and sciences. That is not true at every university, but I think some better understanding by the board of the substantial challenges in that area is important in light of some of the budgetary situations.
And along with that, we have the academic operation that is centered under Provost Riley Tillman, but we also have the health sciences campus, and Regent Pika is leading a new effort for an ad hoc committee around health sciences. But there's probably time in this to have a discussion with Chancellor DeWald around what is the Spokane Administrative Unit and the 3 colleges that are housed on the Spokane campus as well. In addition to that, and I have not had conversation with the chancellors yet, but I do think we need to dive into the campus budgets a little bit more robustly. Saw in the discussion we had about where do the campuses fall. Tri-Cities and our Vancouver campus are a little bit different because they have a different operating model. It's a little bit more responsibility centered management because they're using their tuition to fund their operation. But we treat Everett, Global, and Spokane, frankly, a little bit differently. We can also distill a little bit about how we are running the Pullman operation, because Pullman is a lot of things. It includes what the provost does, but under Chancellor Soleil's leadership is student affairs now. So those 2 things are just different from the other campuses. So we'll talk about that. I do anticipate, because this meeting is only 3 weeks away, there's probably more discussion than this, than material, because we simply are not going to have a lot of time to pull together new information. We will have something, but it will not be a lot of detail in terms of materials.
There might be a quiz on everything.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's, again, we want to re-emphasize that this is part of our process here of educating, but also kind of look at realistically what we're also facing as we go forward here. Correct. Yeah.
Well, and with 21 items right now, there's a lot of material that, certainly some of us are asking questions, but my hope is there's going to be some time and material that you've already given to us or given to us more than once that we can actually unpack and have a conversation about. That versus you creating more new material.
We're not going to have a lot of time to create anything new here.
And there's a capacity of what we can dig into.
Yeah, that's fair. And when you think about that meeting being on the 17th, and yes, it is a full day, Regent Pika, you just asked that. Your next meeting is the first week of March, and we will already have submitted our materials to the board office by then. So this is a very fast turnaround at this point.
Great, thank you for that update. Look to a full day on the 17th of February. Our next information item is for the second ad hoc committee for health sciences. And we have Leslie, as well as our executive vice president, Chancellor of WSU Health Sciences, Daryl DeWald, and Regent Pika as our chair of ad hoc. Starting on that.
Sure. So on right after the first of the year, on the second or third, whatever that third, thank you. We had with Daryl and Leslie and Matt, I went to Spokane. We had it was really a kind of an orientation to kind of the state of the state. And that was very helpful and very thorough, I thought. And it teed up what we're really leading toward, which is happening soon. I think it's scheduled for the 23rd or 31st, yeah. With all the key stakeholders in Spokane. So everyone there would be presenting, and we would have a more in-depth presentation conversation at that time, and then come back to this board.
And what we're looking at is the budgets for all of the health sciences. You'll recall at the previous Seattle meeting, we spoke of this in terms of just the College of Medicine. And the recognition is really, this is not just the College of Medicine, this is the health sciences campus and all 3 of the academic units and the administrative unit together. So we're looking at the operating budgets for that. The College of Medicine does have an accumulated deficit. It is not an annual deficit. It is a $22 million number, but that is not 1 year. That is over the time since it has been in operation. And they are closer in terms of closing that gap annually. However, the accreditation is ongoing. We do have the site visit next month, and we have asked the legislature for support for what we know are defined needs inside that, and it's not currently funded in Governor Inslee's outgoing budget. There's also some challenges, as you know, with pharmacies enrollment. Nursing's complicated simply because the faculty to student ratio is so very, very high, and there's needs around the state with the programs that we have, particularly in Tri-Cities. In addition to that, we have a research activity that it is that we need to have some discussions around. We have the range issue, the faculty practice plan that will become WSU Health is challenged financially. And then we have the plans for the team health facility that we need to resolve how that will be operated in a go forward way. So that is a lot of information to unpack for this entity. What might you add?
Might add that we also have initiated a assessment of IT in the health sciences. So Leslie and I requested, and Tony Opine is leading that assessment. So you'll see that in your documentation that's underway. And there's already been time where Tony has spent time on the Spokane campus beginning that process. That will be the same that Leslie described. It'll be for the health sciences administrative units, but for the 3 colleges whose headquarters are in Spokane.
This ad hoc committee, this is a space that we have a lot of upside potential for revenue generation, far more probably than some of the constraints our other colleges have. So are we looking at it through the lens of what we can do and how we be really aggressive in our approach? And I have, I appreciate the tuition discussion that I know is ongoing. But again, this is this is a space, instead of figuring out how to whittle it down to what its bare minimum, what should investments need to be made to ensure that we can actually generate revenue from the opportunities of what we're doing here? Is that a lens we're looking at on this ad hoc committee?
It has to be.
Yes. You speak more about accreditation.
And so the accrediting body is LCME, Liaison Committee on Medical Education, and they're a national organization. And we have to submit a document, and College of Medicine led by Dean Record has done that. It's 5,000 pages, so it is a lot of documentation. We have full accreditation with warning at this point, and we are seeking to improve our status as we have submitted. Jim's already submitted with his team that document, and then LCME will do a site visit there in Spokane at the end of February. So we are very much in process. We are hoping for good outcomes.
Are we, and again, this is probably a state discussion, where are we at on the discussion of 80 students versus the 120? That was the original number that some of us were looking towards when we did this.
So we will continue, Regent Dickinson, with communicating that we will have the 320 students for the full load now, but we already are having those discussions in terms of timelines to do that in the way that we would increase.
So this is an additional level of accreditation, or is that how, as a layperson, I should think of it?
So this is a fairly standard fare for MD programs, the allopathic programs. This is the process that they use for accreditation.
So
College has to be accredited.
Yes, for us to place.
I see.
Yeah, and so for our graduates to move into residency programs, they have to come out of an accredited program.
It's a cycle every 7 years or every 5 years.
Yeah, so generally it can be every 5 to 7. They've got us on a shorter cycle. Yeah, on a 2-year cycle. And we are actively engaged with them, and we're hoping to extend that to a 5-year or so.
They're based on just the newness of of our program.
Yes,
We are accredited with warning, correct?
yes.
Yeah.
The
So
warning.
we're in
triggers
good
that.
standing, but they were very clear with us. So they were gonna put us on, I believe, a 3-year, and they shortened it to 2.
And the funding that wasn't included in Governor Inslee's budget impacts us how with this accreditation? What would the funding be used for? Have been used for?
Yeah, the funding would be used to help with the student career advising and financial advising. It'd be used for paying for the clinical experiences that the students have. Just reminding everybody, this is a program that started not only in Spokane, but Tri-Cities, Vancouver, and Everett. So that distributed community-based model, it would help to support the activities at the other sites as well. And we are the headwinds, some of the headwinds we have is that the cost for experiential learning clinical experiences for our students is increasing. And it's harder to find those experiences, and that is for nursing, pharmacy, and medicine, but especially medicine.
Okay.
It would also be for additional staff and faculty.
Any other questions? Thank you. We have one last information item. And it's with our athletics financial update. So along with Leslie, I'd like to invite our athletics director, Anna Hoy, and our assistant vice president for business and financial services and athletics CFO, John Harwood. Welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone, for having us. We really appreciate it. We always appreciate the opportunity to go through the athletic budget advisory committee meetings, and then in preparation for this meeting, a chance to share, kind of a look back at last fiscal year and then this fiscal year. But we're also very excited at this meeting for the engagement of the board to talk about some benchmarking and other data at your request. So we appreciate the time, and without further ado, John Farrell.
Thanks, Ann. Thanks, Leslie. As Ann mentioned, we'll talk through really 3 separate items, and we won't get into the slides until the final one, but we'll talk through a final putting FY24 to bed, an update on 25, and then talk through a Pac-12 peer comparison slide as we get to the end. We'll start with FY24. We finally wrapped our work on closing out that year. As a reminder, this is not the current year. This is the year that ended June 30, 2024. Ike Bailey, who you heard from Kristen earlier, they completed their audit of our information. Our final report was submitted on January 12th as part of our annual NCAA agreed upon procedures report. We'll talk through very quickly where we landed and then some of the highlights. Starting on the revenue side, some of our most significant categories. We received $48 million from the Pac-12, $9.8 million in ticket revenue, $8.8 million in donations, 8 of which was targeted for our annual fund for scholarships. And then we received $4 million in royalties and sponsorships. In total, we accumulated over $89 million.
Slides are we on?
We're not on
We're
slides
not
yet.
on slides.
This
It's
is-
part
this
of
is-
the Summary.
Yeah,
Yes.
cover letter.
This is the post
Got
audit.
it. Okay, thank you. It's just going quickly here, so, okay.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Got it. Thank you.
In total, we accumulated over 89 million in revenue last year, which was the highest amount of revenue ever generated by WSU Athletics, which was a great accomplishment for the department. Flipping to the expense side of ledger, some of our more significant items, compensation accounted for nearly 30 million, which is 34% of our total spend. 12.1 million in scholarships and financial aid. We had 16 million in sport operations. Reminder, this includes team travel, recruiting, medical expenses, and meals. We had 10 million in debt service, and then 1.2 million in conference realignment expenses. This was related to our affiliate agreements that we had with some of the other conferences.
So can I just ask for clarification? The 30 million is faculty and staff.
Staff, coaches, GAs.
Okay, and then 12 million is what's going to students. Thank you. Do that.
So in summary, we were able to land flat to budget in FY24, causing no further increase to our internal deficit. Within this budget, we were also able to account for some of the outstanding Pac-12 legal liabilities as to not carry them into current year or future fiscal years. All these materials, as I mentioned, they've been submitted like prior years. They'll be available on our website once they've been accepted by the NCAA. We'll get all these materials posted on the website here in the next few weeks. Then the NCAA will post all of the material, not only submitted by our school, but each of the public institutions across the country. Those will be released sometime in May. Any other questions on 24?
I think out of fairness, for clarity of that largest revenue year of 2024, some of that was really related to the Pac-12 conference distribution?
Majority of it, yeah. We took the additional $10 million distribution from the settlement payments that allowed us to cover some of those outstanding liabilities and square up some of the other deficits that were there related to the conference.
But which really was one-time fund.
Correct.
Yeah.
On both the revenue and the expense side.
Correct.
Got it.
Then we'll flip to our update on current year FY25, starting with the revenue side. Just like the last that we're tracking well on game related revenues. Men's basketball has set a single season record for our mini plans and our highest total revenue generated from men's basketball ticket sales since 2010, 2011. That was Klay Thompson's last year. We were also able to finalize the Apple Cup, where we netted nearly 1.7 million in revenue for participation in that event. Our annual fund continues to be a top priority for donations. A reminder, those dollars go towards student athlete scholarships. Additionally, we've just launched our next chapter of Champions initiative, which focuses on student athlete scholarships, name, image, and likeness, and facility priority enhancements. That's been live for just over a week now to the public, and we've seen tremendous support from our Coug faithfuls. One area where we have fallen short is with the Holiday Bowl. Revenue expectation there fell short of what we'd originally anticipated. We will be taking a loss for our participation in that event. We're still working through settling that with the payout we get from the bowl, our tickets sold, and then the reimbursement we get from the Pac-12. But it will look like it'll come in less than we had projected initially. One last point to highlight here, the recent addition of our $2 million for institutional support, and that investment will go to boosting our overall level of resources for the fiscal year. So as you all know, we started the year with 74 million in projected revenues. We've had some increases related to our ticket sales, projecting a loss that offsets those ticket sales related to the bowl. And then we've had the investment of the 2 million. So we're looking at 76 million in projected available resources for use in FY25.
What did we lose on the bowl?
I can't confirm that just yet, but probably nearly $1 million.
And John, was that related to attendance or what?
Nathan, just back me up here, make sure I don't say anything ridiculous, but
Yeah, go ahead. There's some historical challenges the bowl is still working through related to the Pac-12 and the related distribution. And so the payouts aren't as high as they've historically been.
Correct.
I mean, in terms of media distribution?
Participation in that bowl in particular. Obviously the payouts vary from bowl to bowl, anywhere from $1 million up to 6 million, depending on where you're participating in. Historically, the Holiday Bowl has been a very solid bowl revenue wise. One of the Pac-12 legacy schools failed to participate in a previous year, and through their agreement moving forward, unfortunately, the payouts to the Pac-12 are a little less than they should have been in the next couple of years. So that's to our detriment. We should have received a higher payout than what we're receiving.
So it's kind of to when UCLA didn't play, right?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I mean, the Holiday Bowl have been tremendous partners with the
I
Pac-12.
asked that as a sports.
Yeah, no. So they've been tremendous partners. And so I think as part of that ongoing partnership, there's a decrease in available revenue available as we assist in some of the challenges they're working through.
Nathan will probably hit me afterwards. Bringing up the name.
Is it appropriate to possibly ask the Pac-12 to cover the loss?
Well, the issue is all the available revenue from the Pac-12 is coming to us. So anything additional, there is no
One
addition.
pocket to the other.
Yeah.
So effectively, they are covering it, which then leads to a lower distribution to us.
But just to clarify, it has nothing to do with viewership.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Sorry, Sam.
I think this goes for how are the bowls gonna continue?
Yeah.
When we don't have we have athletes that don't pay and or play and. How, I don't, what we have 20 some players who didn't go to San Diego? And how do you draw people, to a game to watch basically freshman squads or second and
Sure.
third strings, I mean, and pay all that money.
I don't disagree with that at all. However, I want to pay homage to the student athletes that we had that did participate this year.
Oh, yeah,
They
I
put on
don't-
one heck of a show.
Yeah.
No,
But I completely-
I don't hold that against them, it's just,
They were great.
you talk about alumni and people who, you know, why do I want to go to that game when our stars aren't playing
Absolutely,
and our coaches are gone?
absolutely.
And new coach Rogers commended the effort of it.
What's that?
Do you want us to track you on the charts, or are you just?
We are not to any charts yet.
But I think to your point, I mean, college football generally is an interesting crossroads with the bowls smack
Yeah,
in the middle of it,
and everything
to be
else,
honest.
yeah.
Very much so.
I marvel at your challenge.
Brett,
Oh, no, I was just echoing Regent Cerna's comment, but new coach Rogers commended the players' efforts. Cause he could see that even though he wasn't hired yet,
Mhm.
I don't think,
He was not, no, he was not offered or hired.
just
yet.
as an interested sports fan. Said, this team has heart, I want to coach there, I can 100%.
Very much so.
So we'll flip to the expense side. Just as our last update, we continue to track well towards budget. This includes compensation and financial aid. We continue to keep an eye on the team operations piece. A reminder, that's recruiting, team travel, medical, and meals. This is always the hardest part to forecast at this part in the year. Because many of the teams are either in the heart of their competition, or they're in preseason training, or they're headed towards postseason as well. But as I mentioned, we continue to track towards budget despite challenges and some of the limited resources. Two things I'll call attention to here. First, obviously, we've had a coaching transition. That comes with both ins and outs in our budget. We're working through that transition now and have a better idea of the net impact of that change here in the coming weeks. The other part is, as we just discussed, was the bowl participation. We did our best to limit our expenses. However, we're still settling many of those contracts from the trip. We'll have a better idea of the full settlement and the full impact of that here in the next few weeks.
John, are you saying you're working through where we're gonna see those savings of the salary reduction that we have made from one coach to another?
Correct. And there are buyouts in both directions and relocations to get the staffs here. And so we're flushing the net impact of that out now. Lastly, on the expense side, with the addition of 2 million in resources, we're putting that to work here very quickly. That shows up now in the documents in the other expense category. But that does raise our projected expenses to match our available resources. So we're looking to spend 76 as we have 76 there to match that. So as of today, we're still tracking towards landing flat to budget.
If you can lend to 76 versus 89 in your expenses in 2024. You want to elaborate on how you get from 89 to 76 expense wise?
Yeah, with difficulty. We had 20 plus individuals that were impacted, whether that was reductions in their salary or position elimination. As well as even some GA shifts that were cut. Obviously, we did have some transitions during that with some high profile coaches and or staff that we were able to offset some of those. Anytime we've had coaching transitions, we've done our best to right size those expenses. We asked each of our sports to take 12% reductions. We asked each of our units to take between 12 and 15% reductions, some of which ended up actually being more than that. We've had some expense reset with how the Pac-12 has been restructured. There were some operational expenses that we were covering there on an annual basis that no longer exist. Last year, we also, as I mentioned, had over $1 million in those conference affiliate agreements that we had to pay out that we don't have this year. And we've talked about this at length in terms, but the student athletes are feeling that as far as what their day-to-day experience have been, their travel accommodations, their nutrition, their food. We're still doing everything we possibly can to limit the impact that they are seeing. But if you were here as a freshman and a sophomore and you're here now, you absolutely see a difference in your student athlete experience.
I think to John's point, as much as we tried to, I think, protect the student athlete experience as we could, it was just such a massive number to try to get to. And so it's unavoidable, and it is, it's what we're seeing is, it's starting to accumulate as the year goes on. You know, I think it's easier to kind of, you know, tread water at the beginning, but it absolutely is something that folks are feeling. And to be honest, our staff are feeling the places that have lost positions, but are still trying to, you know, get out social media and get out video and get out marketing and get out, you know, with, you know, potentially, you know, half the staff that they used to have. I mean, we're worried.
Yeah, I think in a discussion here recently, our gentleman who oversees revenue generation for us shared that over the last couple of years, we've cut their budget by $800,000. And we're trying to continue to increase attendance and ticket sales and fill the stadium for for our student athletes. But we've had significant resource challenges in trying to do what we used to do.
How do you define student athlete? So I find it difficult to understand if you're really a student when you're coming in and playing the semester and then entering a portal and leaving. That's the conundrum I think that we're all struggling with, is putting a lot of effort into a student athlete experience, but perhaps not being reciprocated from the student athlete to understand what is going into that as they are, you know, hopping through the portal semester after semester. And the irony of calling it a student is challenging for me. I don't know how you're a student if you're moving every semester. How are your credits transferring? I mean, you could stay a freshman probably for 5 years if your credits aren't transferring, right?
Sure.
From school
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
school. So I mean, how do you kind of navigate that with your different key stakeholders?
Yeah, I mean, it is challenging with the different, you know, flexibilities in the portal and different things. And I think, you know, one thing we're focused on is, to be honest, is to make them feel like a Washington State University student who's participating in the athletics programs while they're here. And we hope that that means that they have a great experience and they want to stay here and, you know, get their degree and finish up, or if they transfer here from somewhere else, to show them why, you know, that this is an amazing place, that they can achieve their goals, both academically and athletically, but it's a challenge. I think a lot of these, you know, the loosening up of the flexibility has really made that a challenge, because I think at some point, what we're finding is the student athletes that are here and leave realize it, but after they've left, you know, and at that point, you know, I think it's really hard. But I think what we're trying to focus on is, you know, a non-student athlete student may come in and transfer after one semester or not, but we're trying to hope that they have such a great experience that they don't want to transfer, they don't want to leave. And I think that's where we're trying to kind of double down on to try to combat that, because we've talked a lot about how we need to lean in on being transformational, not transactional. And I think that for our stakeholders, that's what we've really continued to say, is that we're going to continue to keep Washington State University athletics intact and what the priorities should be, and hope that more student athletes than not value that.
I think to Ann's point there as well, it's, you know, the 22 that left get a lot of publicity, but the 95 that stayed, there's still a large contingent of Cougs that want to be Cougs. And you know, we live in an interesting space between conferences, and you know, people refer to us as a developmental program, and we're gonna have to find our niche. I think we have a coaching core group right now that really believe, to Ann's point, in the transformational experience. You bring them in, maybe they're a diamond in the rough, maybe they're a little bit under recruited, maybe they're a different type of student athlete that's been focused on in previous regimes, but now you bring them in, you love on them hard, you develop them both on the field in the classroom, and then on character moving forward, and hope that outweighs the dollar sign that another school can offer them moving forward. That's a space that we're going to have to really find our niche in.
I think athletics got some really nice facilities this year, and I was wondering if you could kind of touch on and acknowledge the impact that's had on student athlete morale.
It has been unbelievable. I mean, because of it having been just a lot of challenges over the previous, 12, 18, 24 months, to see the student athletes when they went in the Taylor Sports Complex and are there on a regular basis. And then with the Champion Center just opening, at the beginning of the semester. I mean, it is packed morning, noon and night with people, in the study rooms and the high tech rooms and, tutoring. We have the mental health space. We have our student athlete development staff is moving in there now. And just the energy, we try to get together as a staff kind of informally once a month in the mornings. No meeting, no agenda, just time to, and so we were able to do that this month in that space because there's like a nice reception area. And it just it's an amazing amount of energy. Words wouldn't be able to even adequately describe it. I would encourage anybody who's, in town who would love a tour of it or be able to see that facility. But the student athletes, continue to bring it up on just not only how positive it's been, but how beneficial it is for them to be able to really, achieve what they want to
And it's
achieve.
close curtain is.
It is, that's true. Very true. Yes.
Well, I hate to say that, you hate to look for opportunities where misery loves company, but in solving for this problem that you were addressing, John, I just hope that there's enough misery throughout the network that finally it'll be a forcing mechanism to solve this and to keep the students on campus, and you can't transfer every semester. The portal closes after the bowl games, things like that. So,
How many of our athletes have some sort of an NIL agreement income? We hear all about the quarterback, but we don't really hear about any others.
Yeah, right now, those are all through the Cougar Collective outside of Washington State, so we don't really have
know.
those agreements.
Okay.
No. We're working on, there's more of going forward as we're able to do some institutional NIL, but also they're working on kind of an implementation where student athletes will have to go in and input their deals so they can be, monitored and approved, if you will, but more just for, fair market value type considerations. We'll have a better sense, but it's hard to know.
What's your relationship with Cougar Collective? Do you at some level compete a little bit?
Interestingly, no. I think it intuitively we should, but we really don't, because I think at the end of the day, they perform a service and have a niche that we would not be able to do or couldn't do, wouldn't do, with a lot of the things they're able to do. And we're able to kind of fulfill a niche that they're not necessarily able to do. And at the end of the day, everybody is just interested in supporting the Washington State student athletes. And so it's not like our folks are on commission or they're on commission or somehow we all get more credit for whatever happens. So I think the fact that we've been able to work more closely with them after some changes in state law and policies and different things, it's made it a really healthy, good collaborative environment and relationship. So it really has been good, really good.
Just one quick question. How do you feel like the reduction in marketing, which of course I jumped down to some charts, but it looked like 2.6 million for marketing and fundraising down to 1.5 to 1.1. So both in terms of morale, because when you're marketing, you're also sharing your story and, kind of some chest thumping, but then also just being able to raise more awareness, get people in seats and people that donate. So what effect do you feel like having a significant cut in marketing has impacted your ability to do the work?
Yeah, and it's an area you oversee or work with now ultimately, but it's made a huge impact. And that's been part of our conundrum, to be honest, of where we put a lot of these cuts in place, because we're like, okay, well, we need the student athlete experience to continue to be good and recruiting to get student athletes here. But then, if you can't market or you can't fundraise, then you're kind of cutting off your nose to spite your face because we have to generate a good amount of our revenue. So it has been really challenging for that group. As you said, they're very, positive, uplifting, professionals that want to really do good things and spread the story and have people come and go to the events. And it has been really challenging with their morale. There's been a pretty good turnover, I would say, of folks in that area, both areas, to be honest.
Yeah, we have a tremendous group over there, quite honestly, that work tirelessly and are extraordinarily creative, but we have asked them to move mountains with nothing essentially, and trying to get fans into the stadium, and those that do come, I think all have a tremendous time, but it does require some sort of investment to boost that spirit, not on the stadium, but thinking about Beasley, the in-game elements that we can have, and they require a boost, and so we're struggling in that area because of that limited resources. I gotta be honest, I'm totally lost in my notes. I think we're to the charts. So that wraps up 25, unless there are any other questions, comments. So we will, we're gonna do our Pac-12 comparison data. These are future Pac-12 peers. We've put together, see if I can navigate this. I'm assuming it's the arrow, but it seems like a poor assumption. Maybe not. Oh, not the arrow. That's my fault. Okay, so apologize if that is a little bit smaller. I'm hoping that it's in your packet as well. We put together this chart in a familiar format that this group is used to, or most of the group. I realize there's some new folks here, but this group is used to seeing. This is FY23 comparison data for the schools. That's the most recently publicly available data. As I mentioned earlier, the FY24 data was just submitted. So once May hits and NCAA releases that information, we'll be able to update that chart with 24. But for now, 23 is the most recent that we have. We've dropped FY23 in there for WSU and then our current year as well for comparison's sake. Again, we're just focusing on the revenue side of the ledger, and obviously we've taken the names out and just labeled them schools A through F. We'll start in the red category up there. One thing that does immediately, that this exposes how heavily reliant we've been on the legacy Pac-12 media distribution, accounting for between 40 and 50% of our annual revenue in previous years. We know that that amount is going away. To what extent, we're not yet sure. But it is likely going to be less than previous years. So what we do now is we focus on the available revenue streams that do and will exist in the future. Next category here, as we move down to the yellow, these are really game-related revenues, areas that we can control. Ticket sales is the first that stands out. Historically, we've been higher than some of our new peers. However, I will call out that $8.6 million number there for ticket sales in 25. 1.7 of that is tied to the Apple Cup ticket sales at Lumen Field. So if you strike that out, we're really in the $6.9 to $7 million range. With that, I will comment that we know that ticket sales, back to our earlier conversation, and attendance are an area that we have to improve. We have a heavy focus on that right now with group discussions, both internally and externally. We receive data after every game from both season and single game ticket holders. We know that 50% of our fan base comes from 5 hours away. We know that at least 75% of our fan base comes from at least 90 miles away. So the number one issue we continually hear from fans, it's not ticket prices, it's not game times, it's not awareness, it's affordability to travel and stay in Pullman. The feedback we've received, it's often $1,500 for an average family to come over from the west side to our games for the weekend. You stack that over 5, 6, or 7 games, and it's just simply unrealistic for most families. So we're working extraordinarily hard right now with various groups in the community, externally around WSU, to try and see what we can do to overcome those challenges. Next line down, we'll look at contributions and donations. We're somewhere in the middle of the pack. Parking programs and concessions, you'll see we've had a drop there in 25. Parking is down as it's been tied to ticket sales, which we had a drop in as well. Then concessions is a bit lower. I want to point out there in 23, we were doing concessions internally, recognizing the gross revenue. In 25, we've partnered with Aramark going forward. So what's represented there is the net. So while in 23, we're representing the gross revenue, we were also carrying a larger expense. So our net output in the 2 years are very similar, but it's not apples to apples on this chart. Then we'll move down to the green columns here. Or I'm sorry, rows, but this is where we start to see the major separation. Our NCAA distributions are similar. Our royalties and advertising historically have been middle of the pack. However, we know since this 23 data was published, there are a few of our new peers that are in major markets that have since signed bigger deals than what were charted here in FY23. Our sponsorship deal ends in June, and we're currently out in the market and we'll be evaluating those opportunities here in short order. The next area down here is where the available revenues really begin to split, starting with the fees. Over the last 3 years, WSU has between $500,000 and $1 million in student fees. This is a combination of the existing student athletic fee and our S&A fees, while the average of our peer in FY23 was $6 million. Then the biggest difference comes by way of direct institutional support. As a reminder, in FY23, our direct support came by way of $2.4 million in cash and $3.5 million in gender equity waivers for a total of $5.9 million. In the current year, we have 4.5 million in cash, which is the original 2.5 plus the new 2 million. Then we add on 3.4 million in equity waivers for a total of 7.9 million in institutional support in FY25. What we see for the average of our peers here in 23 was an average of 15 million. We also understand with the move to the new Pac-12, these amounts have increased for some of these institutions as they continue to invest in their programs toward the new conference.
Can I ask,
Please.
do we know what they count in institutional support compared to what we count in
Yes.
institutional support?
There are waivers in there, and some of them, it's a bit of a mixed bag how their campuses handled those, but it is in a particularly year, it's not represented in 23, but in 24 from conversations we've had, there's been a bit of one-time dollar investments from campus that are not reoccurring, some waiver offsets in tuition, and direct transfers that they're able to pass through, whether that's from state funding or unrestricted dollars on the campus.
Can I ask a question, John? You mentioned the Apple Cup being part of the ticket sales and admissions reflected in fiscal 25. The student sports pass is there as well.
It is
What is that number?
1.9 million in 25.
Okay, so that, that's not necessarily comparable to the student fee because we don't have a mandatory fee for athletics this time, but our students do opt into that sports pass, which we count up their ticket sales.
Yeah.
20 up, that's a bit of a difference here.
Yeah, correct. And great thing to call out because where the fees are higher, they give free attendance if you're a full-time enrolled student, or it's offset sometimes depending on your credit load. We do not give free attendance. We ask our students to opt into the student sports pass, which has been between 275 and 300 a year, depending on the year. It's fluctuated. It was higher. We reduced it this past year in the change of schedule composition, but we have had between 7,000 and 8,000 students elect to opt into that. We've also comped around 1,000 of those student sports passes between students that work for us, internship, the band, our student athletes, other student participation within the athletic department. So we have between 7,500 and 8,500 worth of participation in that program.
So in theory, the 700,000 is potentially closer to 2.7 if you count the purchase sports passes. The 700 would be more apples to apples to your question. There is some.
Correct. Which puts an even bigger divot in the ticket sales.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So by sharing the revenue from the Apple Cup, that's different from having the home game at Husky Stadium where it's just counted as a home game for them and we got the regular visitors fee or whatever.
Correct. Yeah, major piece to point out is our incoming Pac-12 peers are continuing to increase their revenues and support. This is significant because, as you all know, there are new expense line items coming on the books with the impending House settlement. So while our new peers have new revenue streams to tackle these new expense line items like revenue share, institutional NIL, increased scholarship limits, we're having to make further operational cuts to make room for our ability to compete in a House NCAA environment. And that'll continue to be a significant hurdle and limiting factor for our department. Finally, the last group of rows there, the areas in the blue, these are just ins and outs with the direct expense tied to them, so there's no real net effect on the budget. All of our revenues outside of the median and conference revenue, we refer to as locally generated revenues. In summary, if you strip away our Pac-12 media revenue in FY23, we're well behind our peers, our new peers, in our locally generated revenues, and really not positioned all that well as we head into the next phase of the Pac-12. Especially as these new groups continue to raise their resources and they're capitalizing on the momentum that is the new conference. If we're to aim to a competitive $80 million expense budget, projecting to be facing a gap between 25 and 30 million in locally generated revenues and resources to continue at the current level. I don't know if we want to do questions now, Leslie, or I can flip to the other peer institutional data.
No, and I'm not sure that we need to spend time on the other institutional data. I think that we just wanted to make folks aware that we are looking at other things that are not just athletics in regards to the newly rebuilt Pac-12. So what you have there is, you know, what their enrollment is, what intercollegiate athletics they have, where what their tuition rates are, where their research activity is. It's based on the 2022 PERD study, whether they're R1, R2. The iPads information there about their finances is a year behind. It's fiscal 22. We need to update that to fiscal 23 because it was just released in iPad. So we will do that. But we wanted you to just be aware that we're not just looking in terms of athletics alone. We are looking in how are these institutions similar to us in other ways, both the academic component and the research component.
Well, one thing as we look at the slide, obviously, is we all, you know, do the math and taking out that whole red category for every one of the schools. And it leaves us a little overwhelmed. I mean, because our new Pac-12 counterparts have that base already. And so their conference distribution is going to be more newfound revenue for them from what they're currently spending. And I think we're also in a unique position with what a $10 million annual debt service payment on our capital facilities, which again is not the case for any of these other schools, probably, if that's fair to say, or
do we know
not to that extent.
Are they using donors to fund their facilities? How are they funding their facilities if they don't have that overhead?
Yeah, they have done, and depends on which institution. They've done different partnerships with the state or the city to fund facilities that they're in. Now, still a debt payment there, but it's not as significant as what we're facing. They are reliant on philanthropic donations to get there as well. And you know, again, they're able to capitalize right now as they're heading into this new impactful conference that's got a lot of bang to it, quite honestly, and they're able to capitalize on that for their new facilities and endeavors. And we just don't have that same momentum at the same time.
But definitely funded differently either by the university or city and state.
But are born out of a smaller budget to begin with.
Exactly.
And they're gonna get an upswing and we're trying to readjust to a different way of life.
Exactly.
Any other questions on this?
When will we know the media situation?
You know, right now, they're in that active process of working through that at the Pac-12 level. I would not anticipate it to be for a few more months, but I don't know for sure. The Pac-12 has been, I think, purposefully pretty flexible on the timeline because this is a fairly new venture. But also I think that we have an opportunity to look at things differently and creatively. And I think that just is taking a little more time maybe for not only potential media partners, but also the Pac-12 to figure out the best possible way to look at it. But I would anticipate it would be a few more months potentially.
Also taking the lead and looking for additional schools to join.
Yes, they've been focusing first on the media rights right now to kind of understand the finances and the financial part of it exactly. You know, still continuing to feel interest, but really focusing on the media part first. But they're taking the lead, yes, with consultants on both those.
Oregon State. How they compare to us and I love that. Well, I'll just ask that.
There's a lot of benchmark data in here. I asked the team to put it all in the packet so everyone could, you know, see where we stand. And, you know, again, I think it's important to note, since our last briefing, the team has just worked really hard, but it's super important that we express our just deep gratitude to not only our team leading all this, but our donors who have expressed in so many different ways their voices of support. And so while this seems like super overwhelming, we have not concluded any problem solving here. It's just, you know, we need to continue to look for creative ways to help. And I think it's really important for us to acknowledge how much support there is in the community and across the state, across the nation. So let's try to keep positive mindset, a growth mindset. Go read the Wall Street Journal article from the other day. That might be fun to see. Although Leslie will say there's no math there.
Oh, there's math. I just like nonsense.
It's just really tough. So, but you're not alone. We've heard a lot of voices and we continue to do our roles here and monitoring, but helping. So,
I just
appreciate
wanna
that.
maybe build on that and just say that, we've heard you, we've heard the community, and, I look forward to being able to digest this information and have a bit more of a dialogue around this. I'm not sure if it's on the agenda for the retreat, but I would imagine it probably is, or should be. It, to me, seems like, you're clear on where more resources are needed and the impact of what those resources can do. I think, we need some more time to have a conversation about what the strategy is to help achieve that, given the budget constraints that we're all living within. And I would just say that I know we've talked about, and I know this isn't probably, gonna be overly popular. The choice not to ask the state for any support, and I think our priority is certainly compensation. I also think that we need to be open to all strategies as it relates to how we continue to build our program and be a part of the doctor.
I would concur with that. When we've got asks for, a building in Spokane, we have asked for climate, relief and I recognize that we are not necessarily getting funded for the asks we're asking, but I do fundamentally believe we should be looking at state strategy here. And I've asked for it many times. And I want to at least have a discussion around it. I don't think there's anything that's off the table to be talking about how we are seeking means outside of the institution itself to be able to help get us through this period of time. I'm not requesting that we look at how the state subsidizes this, but is there a bridge that we can catch our breath for a moment? And how would we go about that? And I mean, the worst thing that can happen is if we get told no. But the fact that we have had opportunity to perhaps navigate that and we just maybe haven't taken advantage is a little frustrating. But I also think there's a multi-pronged approach here that involves donors and students and a collective aligned effort and message within this institution around the value of athletics and to the brand of Washington State University. And also at the same time recognizing what we just spent the entire afternoon going through and acknowledging what the academia is trying to cover as well. So somehow we have to lift the boat all together versus we tend to kind of go one way or the other way. We got to figure out how to lift this thing up collectively together. But there is no shortage of outreach, I can assure you, on this topic from both my personal and professional standpoint. It's people are very, very, very passionate about WSU and their loyalty in many cases and their dollars are being spoken through athletics. So whether people like that or not, or agree with it or disagree with it, the donor, somebody can show me another $20 million donor that is, raising the kind of a awareness that some of ours are. I'd be interested to hear because I think we'd be listening in a different way if it was a $20 million donor on the academic side.
Hey, so I know that's a lot. And if you're keeping count with me, we're still 15 items away from conclusion, but we only have 15 minutes left.
I can do the math.
You've extended.
Well, thank you.
Any opportunity tomorrow morning as a public?
Yeah, but I think we have 8, well, we have 12 future action items. and 3 that we covered, in November.
Right.
So, I don't know, Leslie.
Yeah, we will try to move expediently through these. Several of the fees that are before you for future action are placeholders where we are saying this is coming up. But for instance, the SNA fee, we don't have the number yet. That will come at the March meeting. So we have to do the future action and the action. So it is here as a placeholder. So we can go through that very expediently. And I know that Ramondo and Sean have been reminded that we're going to move quickly here. If you'd like me to go ahead and start with the future action items, the first of these is the College of Medicine, the tuition increase. You'll recall that we held this from going forward. I don't think this is actually the thing, that you're fine to leave it there. We don't have, we held this from going forward with the pharmacy and the doctor of veterinary medicine because we wanted to have a more robust conversation around the financial needs of the College of Medicine and look at bringing up future cohorts of the students at a higher rate, not locking them in, but bringing that first year cohort up at a bigger rate. The challenge is, as you've heard from the previous discussions, we are in the LCME accreditation cycle right now. A lot of the volume of the material in that accreditation document is focused on student affordability and the tuition. And for us to now make a decision to raise that before that accrediting team is on site would not be a good idea. So what we have asked for is for you to approve a 3.3% tuition increase for next year for the College of Medicine for all the students. But then let us come back to you in March and talk about the first year cohort that will start in the fall 2026 for the 26-27 year, so that we are starting to have that conversation before that class is even in recruitment. So I would ask you to consider the 3.3% tuition increase for the College of Medicine.
So we have additional action items, to close the loop and come back in March on that.
Correct. So we will move the 3.3 from future to action in March, but then we'll come back and talk about the cohort for next fall's entering class.
That works really important, just to emphasize it, because it's the discussion with the students that will give us input. And so I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, I mean, these are the medical school tuition that we will have in March. That is for a cohort that doesn't exist yet. This is before we even get to the point of recruiting them. So we would not have that student interaction. I think you might be thinking of the pharmacy increase that is later on today. But if we can go ahead and move forward then to the next round of items, I believe that this is where Ramondo and Sean, we need you. There they are. And the first of these items is the housing and dining rate for next year.
Good evening, everyone. So we'll try to talk through this as quickly as we can. And housing and dining will take just a little bit longer than the others. I want to be very clear in terms of our process. And so we do our best to incorporate students as a part of our process. We don't tell a student, we need you to do this. We present where we are. We talk them through things, and then we sit there and we have that conversation about if this, then this. If we don't do that, then that. So sort of stuff, right? So sort of pieces. And so for housing and dining, we used our housing and dining fee student advisory board to work with us around where we are with these rates. Interestingly enough, they actually suggested that we go rates higher than what we've put forward. And we were, I'll say I was not comfortable with doing that, knowing that there's a package of rates, which is also something that we're working with our students on as well. We don't want to present fee increases to students in this silo, in this silo, in this silo. We want to work with them around the larger picture of UREC, Chinook, Cub, those sorts of pieces. And so as we go through this, that's a piece that we'll talk about as well. From a housing and dining rate, this works, or if I have to say next slide, or let's see, does. Okay, from a housing and dining rates perspective, this is where we're proposing 6.7% increase. For our lowest price point, 7.5 increase for our highest price point. That's our base rates. That would be the range. And then we have our apartment proposed increase on that slide as well. From a dining perspective, we're proposing for there to be a $60 per semester increase in the base cost, and then a 3.1% increase in dining plan dollars. And so little variances in this in terms of students can choose which plan level in terms of dining dollars. One of the conversations that we're having is oftentimes students will focus, and really students and families, I should say, will focus on that lower number. And sometimes that lower number may not be what they need in terms of food security. And so we're having those conversations with individuals as well. I will stop there for housing and dining. And I apologize for the quickness.
So you can always upgrade your meal plan, right?
You can always upgrade.
But the issue is, if I'm interpreting correctly, is that families don't always budget for that increase.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
So I know this has been a long afternoon and this is really important.
It is.
Maslow's, food and shelter and enrollment is key. Do you have any idea how this might affect enrollment in terms of recruiting and retention? Some of these buildings, I have a 17-year-old that's admitted to WSU and we're actively debating, and the dorms are the dorms are coming up a lot. Luckily, the napping pods were a huge success, but I mean, just in terms of comparison, and then you add on top of that, this increase to aging facilities. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of cycle that we're in, right? And Leslie and I will be back in April to talk about us contracting with an outside firm to do a financial analysis for us and put together kind of a 5, 10, 15, 20-year sort of plan so that we can begin to not just paint the walls, but go inside, do some work, and then paint the walls, sort of notion. I shared in my first board meeting, right, the word vintage. And how I accepted,
Cool. Yeah.
I accepted that word because there could have been a few other words, right, that were mentioned. And we have a pocket of students who are okay with vintage, but we also have a pocket of students, larger pocket of students who are not. One of the pieces that I think becomes important for us is that we know we're not going to be able to tackle everything all at once, but it's very different getting that conversation and not having a plan versus having that conversation and having a plan. As we talk to students and as we work with Leslie's team, we're figuring out ways where we can do resources that demonstrate us actually putting in the work to begin to do little things. I think what we forget sometimes is even the little things that are very visible to our students, that we're listening to them, make a huge difference. And we've not been able to do some of those over the last few years or so. And so as we continue to work with this company, and more importantly, we continue to engage students as a part of that conversation, we're hearing from them, what are the little things that will make the biggest difference for them? And that's what we focus on. We know that there's larger things to do and to take care of, but we also want to make sure that we focus on those little things because that's going to make the biggest impact for them.
We can charge extra for heritage.
Heritage.
Live in the same room as your parents do.
Let's not go there.
It's in its original state. We have preserved it.
You can.
And yeah, anytime you all want me to come back and talk more, thanks, more than that.
Well, I think John should take everyone on the tour.
We'd be happy to, if anyone would like to. I won't drive the golf cart. We'll let someone else do that.
So moving on. From a mandatory fee perspective, we provided an overarching kind of outline of where we are. My column is Pullman. Obviously, and so this is where we are currently for this academic year. From a mandatory fee perspective, I go back to what I mentioned before. We're really working closely with the students around the fees in its entirety, right? I think oftentimes we would come to the table and the Cub may ask for $30 and this group may ask for this and this group may ask for that. Instead of doing it that way, we felt that it was very important for the students to have the larger scope of things so that there was an understanding for them of how things tie in together. We can raise our housing and dining rates, but if we're not able to operate the Cub or we're not able to operate UREC in the ways that they need to be operated, then we have a bunch of students living on campus and not the facilities to keep them entertained and get them connected in those sorts of pieces. And so we wanted to be sure that there was a broader understanding. Our proposed fees for the different areas is this slide. I'm not going to go through this one because we break out each one of them. And so I'll continue through. S&A is really a placeholder. Those fees are distinctly facilitated by the students, and they're going through their process right now. They just had presentations last week. This upcoming week, they'll begin to do some deliberations, and then we'll be ready for the March meeting.
And to keep us clear, so this is future action items 3 and 4. Both of these are just placeholders because we will have this conversation in March when we know the fee and their determination of the allocations.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
On the health fee, I can imagine that a number of undergraduates have parents that still have them on their health policies. So that is absolutely mandatory for Pullman. Okay.
It is. So we'll start with Chinook. You all may remember, right? Chinook established 2017. They actually did a referendum last year in support of a 5% increase to keep up with inflation. The fee supports those pieces there. Let's go to the fee slide. And so what they're proposing again is another 5% increase. Part of that 5% increase is to make up for those years where we did not do any increase at all. And trying to make sure that we're doing the things. And so the Chinook has been a challenge for us. We built the building, but didn't truly build out an operational fund for the building. That has resulted in us having to close it over the course of the summer and those sorts of pieces. And so we're trying to recover and trying to offer more hours and those sorts of opportunities for our students as well. But this is what the Student Advisory Board unanimously recommended that we move forward with, was a $10 increase for the Chinook.
But that was the yearbook. How dated I am.
The next one is the Cub.
Could I ask a question?
Sure, go
So
ahead. Sorry.
that's gonna be on the ballot again for students?
No, so they got the percentage in last year's referendum that they no longer have to go back to the students. The referendum included that they can raise it if they need to up to 5% moving forward without having.
Meaning the S&A committee has the ability to do that, okay.
Yeah. Cub fee, so the union building, established in 2008. Fees used to support all those pieces that you see on the slide. We increased the fee for the Cub for the first time in last year, as you can see. When you think about a student union building, you're thinking about, in essence, the living room of the campus. And it has the foot traffic of the living room of a campus. For us not to have increased fees for that length of time, I'm sure you can imagine how beat up that building has been. And how we're now having to really, again, unfortunately, pay catch up to trying to make sure maintained furniture, lighting, back of house, all those sorts of pieces. This increase in the Cub in particular, I would say, you know, in my time here, the Cub in particular is a building that I'm worried about. Because the Cub has been the building where, as the living room, we've had to reduce hours. We've had to figure out, right, how we can gain more revenue while also trying to work through having a true capital improvement plan, having true opportunities to address some of the deferred maintenance that we couldn't use, and how to not be spending our reserves, the building as well. And so working with the students, helping the students understand that, they put forward increasing this one by $30, which is a large increase, but is also a needed increase as well.
When was the Cub built?
The initial building was built in 51 and the renovation took place in 2000. It came offline in the spring of 2006 and came back online in August of 2008.
Student Rec Center. So Student Rec Center, again, not the living room, but definitely the 24-hour fitness gym of campus. Very popular, used tremendously by our students. Again, we're working with those students over there around what we need to do, where we need to go, those sorts of pieces with this building. Also a building that needs some tender, loving care as well. And speaking with the URAC advisory board, who unanimously voted to increase the fee amount that I'll show you, what we're trying to do there is we have to make sure that we're covering the annual bond payment on that building. We're trying to also make sure that we're maintaining or really trying to figure out ways to expand operations back up to our standard level. So hours of operations, maintenance, custodial support, all those sorts of pieces are key, and particularly for this building in and of itself. We also need to try to catch up with inflation. Similarly, this is another building where when we held steady, everything increased. We know that over the last few years, everything increased tremendously. But when you're trying to purchase or maintain equipment, and not cheap equipment, but expensive equipment, there then becomes extra added cost. You throw in a pool, you throw in an old roof, and aspects like that, things begin to mount on themselves. So working with that group, they're proposing that we do a $32 increase and begin to try to, again, dig ourselves out of some of the holes that we've created for ourselves.
I just want to say I appreciate you acknowledging that these facilities are a big part of the student experience, because in recent years, there have been layoffs of student employees and hour reductions, and it does, I mean, as a student, it's noticeable. And so I'm glad to see that, you know, these committees that students are part of are, you know, understand the value to the entire community that these facilities have, so.
And I'll put this out there, for our Student Recreation Center Committee, the advisory board, we actually had a student, a graduate student, that said we should go extra higher. I want to put that on record.
Wow, from a grad
Because
student.
we didn't
that's-
record that during the meeting, so I want to put that one on record.
But they're not required, or are they? Do grad students have to?
The-
Is it
For the
mandatory?
SRC,
SRC, it is for
To be
the
able to-
Chinook, it is not.
That's
I was shocked to, as a fresh grad student, to walk into the Chinook and
Get turned away.
get turned away, yeah.
away.
But that was voted on by the grad students, so that is self-imposed.
Student health fee. So it's tied to the medical inflationary index. Fees increase is recommended again by student-led committee. And it support mental and basic health care. It also helps fund our peer health education program as well. this group recommended that we increase it by $24. But you can see again, right, for all the right reasons, we held steady for a number of years. And life continues, even though you may need to hold steady. And to no one's shock, I'm sure, if you think of salaries and you think of medical equipment, I'm sure you can imagine the inflation that has hit us in terms of purchasing that and paying salaries of MDs and those sorts of pieces. And so again, trying to right size things while trying to keep things as much as affordable as possible for our students.
And to Regent Powell, your question, you know, parents have students still on their insurance. That's our expectation. We build a student's insurance. So this is to provide the resource, the center is there, that the mental health activities are there, the wellness component is there. But when a student comes in to be seen, we are billing their insurance.
And you're still, but then they're paying for their insurance plus the one that you offer?
This is not insurance. This is for the facility. This
Oh,
is
just for the
Cougar Health
facilities,
Services.
but if a student doesn't have other insurance, then they don't pay anything extra, right? Is that correct?
They pay this fee and that's it.
Yeah, so.
We bill insurance.
And I apologize for the quickness of everything, but we're running short on time. We had actually a group of students lined up to chat with you as well. We will have them in person in March.
And
Just-
we'll
we
plan this committee meeting around that.
And we just did Zoom this time for them, so.
Are they waiting?
No.
No, we moved them.
But we'll have the students from the boards here to chat with you in person in March.
In
We
Tri-Cities.
hope that they will be able to be with us, but we're running long. I apologize for running through. But I got a directive, so.
But I do have one quick question, and not for you to necessarily answer today, but I wanted to, but it just occurs to me that on the rec centers, and you said they're 20, at least one of them is 24 hours. I mean, is it really, and I think it's staff time 24 hours. I mean, most facilities, you know, they'll maybe open at 5 in the morning and go until 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
I mean, is it really, people really working out?
No, we're not operating at 24 hours.
Oh,
I compared it to having that sort of thing. The students would love.
Love that.
If we could.
Oh, I thought you said it was operating 24. That's why I was wondering. Okay.
Students would love that. Okay.
Do you have a total number? If you add up all these increases, what's the total increase in fees on some?
It's not 96 total. So it's it's $48 per semester, $96 total. And again, that's that trying to do it in the bigger picture of things.
But that's all the fees.
Silent. Yeah, that's.
Okay, but that doesn't include, right, that doesn't include the SNA because we don't know what that number is yet.
But
I
that's,
really appreciate the way that you're working with students and, you know, that's great. I mean, the whole challenge around how do we provide the facilities that we need are really, I appreciate the work that does. It really shows.
And excited to have students come before the board.
Thank you. You were great. Yes, and I'm gonna take items 9, 10, and 11 pretty expediently, and Chancellor DeWald, I will handle the placeholder for WSU Spokane. You saw it on the slide previous that the Spokane campus is looking at changing the student health fee that is $200 currently. But that is still in discussion with both the students and what they need to be able to afford to the students. So that is a placeholder, but the item to come forward at the Tri-Cities campus. Items 10 and 11, you see right there, these are also placeholders. This is the student technology fee, the allocation of that for both the Pullman campus and the Vancouver campus. Those are placeholders because they will come forward next time as action items. The last of our future action items, though, is the tuition rate for the University of Nairobi Joint PhD Medical Science Program that earlier today in the Academic Affairs Committee, you approved that degree to continue to move forward, but it does need a tuition rate. And I believe that we are joined by Tom Koala on Zoom now, correct?
I am here. Yep. Can you hear me? Maybe. Yes.
I can hear you.
As soon as I unmute, I can't hear you now. That's great. Yeah. Do you want me to describe what this is?
Please, Tom.
Sure. Okay. So real quickly, I think you got this as an info or as an item earlier today about the joint degree program with the University of Nairobi. We need so we need permission or approval, I guess, to what we'd like to do is not charge tuition for these students. So these are students that are being trained by current WSU faculty members in Kenya. They are in-country students. They are our faculty are serving on their dissertation committees, just as if they would for other WSU students. There's a great value to these students to also have a WSU degree affiliated with their work. So I won't go into the program itself because what we have is set up criteria by which they're measured to hit the same standards as a WSU PhD student would in the biomedical sciences. The main issue here is that they're not on campus and they're basically already anything but dissertation students when they would enter this program. And all of the funding for them comes off of grants and contracts. Some of those are research grants and contracts. Some of them are actually training grants that we have jointly with the University of Nairobi to train these students. So what we're asking for is a flat fee for them. I think it's $50 per a year, $25 per semester. They really will not be taking any courses from our faculty, but it's an enrollment fee that we're asking for. And just to mention, we're not asking for a tuition waiver because in Kenya, a tuition waiver is considered income. And so those students would then be charged income tax if we offer them a tuition waiver. Does that cover it at lightning speed, Leslie?
Yes, I think so. Thank you, Tom. I will say that there has been a lot of dialogue and robust back and forth between various offices on the campus. We included the provost in that discussion. I think that we have come to a conclusion that while we may not fully disagree on the self-supporting nature of this, we are confident that the college with the grants that they have available covers this item.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, well, that concludes our future action items. All of those subjects will return for our March meeting. And I know a lot of work has gone into that, and I just want to apologize again to the students who were queued up to come join us earlier, and we'll see them in March. Right. Okay, so we have 3 action items, the same action items that we reviewed in November. So they will come up for approval tomorrow. So should we go through each?
Yes, please. And I do have Olivia and Cheryl Camerzell here for the last item. The first one, I will take that. It is the professional tuition rates for our Doctor of Veterinary Medicine program. You will remember, however, in November, we had Doctor of Veterinary Medicine and the pharmacy program. We are holding the pharmacy program and asking you to not approve that tomorrow because we have not done a portion of the step that we need to, and that's engage with the students and bring back their feedback to you for pharmacy. So we are looking only at Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. Chris, are you still here? You're still here. There is also a small nuance with the Doctor of Veterinary Medicine because what we brought you in November was the first 3 years of the program, and we left off the 4th year, which is a different year, but we do have the request for that increase, if you will take that way.
Sure. So after the last Regents meeting, we had further communication with the College of Veterinary Medicine, and the intent was to also increase that 4th year rate by 3.3%. Technically, it's a separate tuition rate that wasn't captured in the original item you saw. So that's highlighted as a difference. So all the DVM, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine rates will increase by 3.3% if this proposal is approved.
But we will bring back pharmacy next time. Okay. All right, Olivia. Our next item is the Dodgen facility. And last in November, you had both Olivia and Mike Walcott available to talk through this project.
Yes, so we are here to ask for your approval, $8.5 million project budget, build a 5,000 square foot addition to Dodgen for hot cell research. The funding is at 7.5 and change from NIST, but it's actually an earmark from Senator Murray. We asked for an additional bump because Dodgen is planning to ask for additional money, and consistent with our practice, we do not intend to contract for more than the cash available, even though we have permission from you to go to authorize the 8.5. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for waiting.
And our very last item, Sharp Hammersell is here to talk about a change to one of the Washington administrative codes.
Okay, so this is to the Washington Administrative Code 5004-36020, control of animals. This code is coming to you because the law changed, so we need to change our code. It's extending the protections for service animals to service animals in training so that they can go into buildings, they can go into public spaces in the same way that service animals can. I'm done.
We support training and service animals.
Is that, is that?
That's it.
Does that boil down to what it is we can train them as well as?
We can train them while they're in training, they can go to the same
while they're in
places as
training.
service animals.
Good, okay. And who's the keeper of who's in training and who isn't?
Well,
They
this is
made
a
it through
question
their-
that isn't like an hours long question. But there's no federal state designation for when an animal is trained and or in training. And yeah, that's a big.
We had pet code.
Oh, yeah, they're Petco could, yeah.
And I know
you
this
can-
is probably for another, is there a description of what constitutes a true service animal?
There are in various federal laws, there's service animals under the ADA, there's support animals. Yeah, it's not clear cut.
We draw a flag.
But, yeah.
Okay.
So that being said, this rule is not the rule that goes into that level of
okay.
detail. Yeah.
Thank you, Dickinson. Thank you. Leslie for taking us through all of those items. I'd just like to lastly note that in today's meeting packet, there's also 2 written reports. The revised FY25 Finance and Administration Committee Work Plan, which is really a docket that lays out our subjects over the time that we meet, and then the capital projects list. So with that, this concludes the Finance and Administration Committee meeting. I'll turn it back over to Rochelle.
Thank you. Leslie, you sat at this table for the whole time that we did, and I really appreciate all the work. And what I do want to just say is, we know that when you come up to present and we are moving so fast, it's not because we don't want to stay and have a longer conversation. So this is a big year for the board, and this is a big meeting for the board. So just appreciate everyone's preparation and your willingness to continue to stay with us through 6/18. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. We will be starting tomorrow. Our board meeting starts at 8:30. And we need to just kind of continue to have some strategies around pacing for tomorrow as well. So board meeting at 8:30, and we'll adjourn tonight. So thank you, everyone.